Good morning, everybody, and thanks for joining us. You're looking live at Raw Strength here in Kalamazoo, and we're just minutes from the opening flight of Powerlifting America's No Frills 2. I'm Tanner White, an 83-kilo Powerlifting America competitor, a professional play-by-play announcer, your master of ceremonies today. We got to say a litany of thank yous before we launch into the events of the meet today. To Meet Director Alicia Lewis for having me back again, expanding my role, continuing to allow me to do what I do in this very niche role and bring it to all of you live when you're not able to be here with us in the venue today. To our venue here at Raw Strength and owner Jeremy Muchler. To all of our competitors, our athletes today. To the Powerlifting America Federation, always providing that clean, high-level competition to the athletes. And lastly, to the friends and families of competitors and all of you, the viewers at home. In just a few minutes, we're going to begin lifting. Scheduled for a 9 a.m. start, we'll have the national anthem just shortly before that. So as always, we honor those traditions. We ask you to stand in, honor those traditions with us before we begin lifting, maybe a hair beyond 9 a.m. Our very first competitor will be Brittany Minkowitz. We have 2 flights today of 11 lifters apiece, we're told. 2 no-shows originally from a scheduled total of 24. Folks, we really should have you out of here in snappy time. Now, you'll hear one knock on wood, perhaps. And if you didn't hear it, it was implied. But yes, that is highly likely that we will get you out of here in very reasonable time. We'll do our absolute best on it with the smaller number of competitors and ideally a quicker meet here from Raw Strength. It's Powerlifting America's No Frills 2. Back in a moment with that national anthem coming up. And our apologies, folks. In fact, this is how we'll kick it off. Thought perhaps we get the national anthem in. Sometimes you do. Not a requirement by the Federation by any means. But we are just about to get started. Once more, good morning and thanks so much for joining us. We are coming to you live from Raw Strength here in Kalamazoo, roughly Portage, Michigan-ish area. The 269. Don't you worry about it. We're getting rack heights adjusted before our first competitor, Brittany Minkowitz, takes the platform. Brittany is a women's Raw Open 63-kilo class competitor. At 32 years of age, she weighed in at 62.4 kg this morning. A little over half a kilo under the cap for her class, and coming out with the no knee sleeves and the A7 singlet. It's your prerogative to not wear them. It just means that you've got to focus. Wow. Perfect execution of the very first squat for the day. And you'll see the white lights flashing behind the shoulders of one of our spotters there on the right-hand side of your screen on the board. That little in-arena scoreboard there will tell you if they pass the lift or not. Remember, you've got to get 2 of the 3 lights to be white in order for that lift to pass. Our second lifter approaching is Tatiana Flott. Tatiana was a competitor at the USA Powerlifting Michigan State Championships in November. Here taking the platform with Powerlifting America, opening with the same weight there at 50 kilos. And she's got her 3 white lights as well. She's a raw junior 84 kg lifter. And on the female side, the weight class is a little bit different than on the male side. Anything over 84 kilos body weight is the super heavyweight category. So it's 84 plus and then an unlimited category there. On the men's side, you'll see all the way up to 120. And then once you go beyond 120 kilos or roughly 264 pounds, that's when you're talking about your super heavyweights there. Logan Schramm is our next competitor. Logan weighed in exactly at the weight cap for 63 kg. She's a women's raw sub-junior competitor at the age of just 16. Logan competed with yours truly at Irongeddon 2, also held here at Raw Strength. Total of 220 kilos at that meet on the back of a 72.5 kg squat, 45 kg bench, and a 102.5 kg deadlift. If you don't speak kilograms coming in today, folks, you probably will learn to by the end of the day. But that total was about 485 pounds and put on 30 kilos from her first to second meet. That first meet was the Raw Power Battle put on by Powerlifting United, a fairly new and fresh federation beginning in just the spring of 2024 that has spread here into Michigan with the Power Belly Barbell crew of Chloe Darnell and Ray Vandermeide directing meets here in Michigan. Logan Schramm under the barbell, 67.5, her opening squats. It's quiet and with confidence. Logan Schramm, good. And our first little squat celly. Not a monster celebration yet, but everybody's just getting warmed up. And when we say that, we mean that in a fairly literal sense. You're talking probably still into the negatives here in Kalamazoo this morning. Our spotters, our loaders are going to be some of the only ones staying warm. Competitors probably going to have issues in that, in the very physical sense, to stay warm. 3 successful squats, nothing but white lights so far. Our next competitor is Pawnita P.J. Jones. She's a Raw Open 84 plus kg competitor. "38 years of age is Pawnita. She saunters up, oh so confident. Another one of those competitors that took the stage at the USA Powerlifting Michigan State Championships back in November. Pawnita Jones on the squat opener. Had a little bit of a knee crack or a pop. Opens on 70 kg, and she's got 3 whites. Like we say, everybody may have some difficulties getting warmed up. Pawnita, a Detroit native, has made the trip over here to the west side, and the west side's the best side, folks. We've been over that. She says she wants to successfully transition to Powerlifting America from previously being a USAPL competitor. Competed twice last year in USAPL for her debut meets of powerlifting, as it were. The first one was the USAPL Michigan Ladies of Iron. And then, as we mentioned, back at the Michigan State Championships, competed there as well, and had a standout total of 432.5 kg. She was pushing that sort of mythical 1,000-pound barrier. That was 953.5 pounds roughly for her total there. At 37 years of age, folks, that's no joke, and it is a fantastic start to the powerlifting career. If she's just kind of getting started, then you got to recall that master's age class could be calling her name soon in just 2 years. That begins at the age of 40. That junior age division will end at the age of 24, and then all the way up 24 to 39. Anybody could choose to enter as an open entrant. Up to the bar here is Sophia Brown. She opens on 105 kg. Ooh, far from stable. And that probably cost her in the hole. The bar was moving around a lot on her back. That's the first catch that we've had to get from our spotters. Shout out to all of them. Josh Bowler is going to be your rear spotter right now. Grace Lehigh on the right side of the barbell. And apologies to our spotter on the left. I'll try and catch her at the first break and ask her name as well. Our head referee, who you'll see just the corner of his shoe and that little tablet that they make their scoring decisions on, is Ryan Lay. Sarah Kruger ready to open up with 112.5 kg on the barbell. Sarah's a Clinton Township native. Another one that's made a reasonably long trek over here to the west side of the state. Says her goals today are to PR all of her lifts and qualify for first round invites for the Powerlifting America Michigan Invitational that will also be held here at Raw Strength on the final weekend of September. Sarah Kruger entering the arena here, stepping onto the platform with a little bit more hype, a little bit more pomp and circumstance than the other lifters. On the opening squat, Sarah Kruger, say good morning. Little belt flick never hurt. Good openers. Good openers on everybody so far. Except perhaps for Sophia Brown. We will take a chance to tell you while the weights are being changed over here, the rack heights are being changed for Christine Cranford up next, that once a lift is missed, a lifter has two options. They can either retake at the exact same weight, which is exactly what Sophia Brown has elected to do, or they can move up in weight by as little as 2.5 kilos. Again, Sophia Brown has chosen to retake the weight from her opener, which is 105 kilos, or just about 231 pounds. Christine Cranford, when she hops out under the barbell, will be opening at 112.5. This is the same as her opener from West Michigan Classic 2, another Powerlifting America contest that was back in November at Unreal Fitness in Grand Rapids. Christine had a great day there and moved up from 57 to 63 kg. This morning weighed in at 57.5, so she'll be competing at 63. It's a bit slower of an opener. Wait on the lights. She's good. So she's probably electing to move up, as it were, just a tad into the 63 class. When you choose to fill out the weight class, it's a little bit more of a long-term commitment to some weight gain and intentionally typically eating in the surplus and those things for performance purposes. But Christine, maybe there's a 63 competitor that she wants to see today, or there's records that she wants to chase up a weight class. And since the 57 wasn't the best class for her in terms of all the competition. Our next lifter up to the bar is Elena Evans, an open 84 kg plus, weighed in at 108 kg this morning. Elena gets the squat command, opening at 125 with the two reds on there. The two red round things. And Elena looks the part with the whole SBD kit. Knee sleeves and the singlet. I think you got a different belt. I'll see if I can ascertain what belt that is. But she looks absolutely dripping and has a design on her socks that I'll try and ask somebody about or see if I can ascertain what that is too. John Valpotic is going to be our next lifter up to the bar. John is a master in the very literal sense. He is in the Masters 4 age division and an 83 kg competitor. Again, you've got to separate the two different differentiating factors of who everybody is sort of competing against directly. So age divisions as well as weight classes. John, a Masters 4 83 kg competitor. 72 years of age, folks. What do you hope to be doing at the age of 72? Bar loaded for John Valpotic. Here it comes.
Let's get it.
John competed again with yours truly at USA Power, or pardon me, at Powerlifting America Irongeddon 2. His best squat from there was 140 kg. Here he opens on 127.5, silky smooth. Man, this guy is still getting better with time. Fantastic. A long and storied history for John. We'll tell you more about his competition history as we go throughout the day. And we are already down to the bottom of Flight A. Didn't get a chance to tell you a whole lot about the flights, but we've got just 2 of them, so shouldn't really take too long to go through and describe all of that for you. Tate Van Essen is at the very bottom of this flight. He's a raw sub-junior 83, that sub-junior age division up through the age of 17 there. You get to the, or pardon us, 17 to 19. Then you get to juniors from the age of 20 to 23 here with Powerlifting America. And then once more, beyond the age of 23, your open age division, and you are eligible to compete in masters at the age of 40 or older. Our lifter now, Tate, is going to have to adjust his wrist wraps before he gets out there on the platform. You do have a 60-second attempt timer, which runs from the moment that the head referee makes the bar is loaded call. Tate is just now informed that he's got 30 seconds to begin this attempt. 2 commands with the squat. The first one, after you've unracked it and stood up and the referees have determined that you have your knees and hips fully locked out and you're standing upright, you'll get that squat command that tells you you're ready to start. And then after you've stood all the way back up with it, you get the rack command. Tate took nearly that whole attempt timer, but it's a smoke show opener on 200 kg. Looks on the lights. Sometimes they'll take a moment to flash up on the screen. Our apologies. This is an agonizing couple of seconds. You hate to see it.
I think it's.
But it will finally pass. Now, we're told we're having 3 lifters scratching their second and third squats. It's a great time to tell you about what a scratch is. They're going to elect not to take their attempts. Those 3 are PJ Jones, Brittany Minkowitz, and Tatiana Flotz. There's a number of reasons why one might choose to do that. Often there are qualifying totals that one may need to hit in order to be eligible to compete in certain larger meets. And for our competitors here, we suspect that those are for the Powerlifting America Michigan Invitational. Once more, that'll be held here at Raw Strength in Kalamazoo on the last weekend of September here for 2026. So that means that our next competitor who will elect to take a squat is going to be Logan Schramm. Logan will come out with 72.5 kg on her second squat, so jumping up 5 kilos from the first. Conversions here is roughly 149 pounds for her squat opener, and this will be roughly 160. Logan Schramm on squat number 2. Dunked. Wow. That is all of the confidence and composure of a much older, much more experienced competitor. That's good.
Nice work.
I believe her coach just put in 80 kilos at the table. It's another thing that they don't tell you and that you won't necessarily be able to see in the camera frame all the time is that our competitors, once they finish an attempt, they've got to go right up to the table and talk to their coach, go through the game plan, and make a really quick spur-of-the-moment decision on what that next attempt is. You have just the span of that next attempt after you in order to make your choice on what your second attempt will be if you follow. 60 seconds up at that table feels like a blink of an eye. Yours truly has been there and had to make some real game time decisions. Bar loaded once more. Sophia Brown missed on her opening squat. Says she competes because she wants to challenge herself. Oh, and this bar is challenging her right back. Again, it's stability in the hole, it looks like. She's going to have to retake the weight one more time. Once more, a great catch on our side spotters. Thank you very much to them. She says that she's competing because she wants to challenge herself to try new things and step out of her comfort zone. Well, that has certainly been the case so far, that she's looking a little uncomfortable. She is a competitor electing not to compete with a belt. Folks, the powerlifting belts, they do cost money. You'll see two main schools of thought on the belts. One is people sort of rely on them as, you don't want to call it a crutch, but a tool that they definitely don't feel comfortable lifting without. And then you'll see some who think, yeah, I don't think it really adds a whole lot. It's just sort of an external reminder that I must brace, that I must properly breathe and stack my torso and get all tight. Sarah Kruger under the bar at 120 kg for her second squat, adds 7.5. Good enough on the second, we think so. You bet. 3 white lights once more for Sarah Kruger. So again, Sophia Brown will retake that 105 kg for her opener for a third time. Folks, you got to have a successful lift out of each of the three disciplines, the squat, the bench press, and the deadlift, in order to post an official total for the contest. That means Sophia Brown will need to get that third squat on the board if she wants to stay in the meet, as it were. Now, you can still stick around, and you can take all of the rest of your attempts for the bench press and the deadlift. It's not like they toss you out. There's no bouncers around here. However, you just won't post the official total. Official being a strong word, but that is how sport will be scored and recorded. Christine Cranford back onto the barbell. Christine settles, taking a while to get that squat command. It's a big old squat PR of 7.5 already for Christine Cranford. Just getting better every time out on this platform. Her best squat from West Michigan Classic 2 in November, just a couple of months ago, 125. Already has slapped on 7.5 with likely more in the tank. Elena Evans is going to take the exact same weight as Christine. That weight being 132.5 kg. This will tie her competition best squat on the 132.5. Oh, that's so buttery. Could watch that positively all day long. Elena Evans, give 3 whites right there. 5 meets across 3 different federations for Elena Evans. And once more, still getting better. John Velpotic is going to head back out at 137.5. That's adding 10 kg for him. Once more, John's competition best squats is 185 kg. In terms of raw lifts, John has also been, at times, as a younger man, an equipped competitor at the APF Amateur Nationals back in 2003, if that tells you how long the man has been around in the sport. John squatted 220 kg or 485 pounds or so. Here he is under the bar, still doing this at the ripe age of 72. John Velpotic, 137.5 kg. Mr. 303. Off the rack commands. Looking up. And, oh, you got 2 reds. So John got 1 white light from the head judge. That's in the center. And then your 2 on the sides gave him red lights on depth. Once more, if you get 2 red lights, that lift will not pass. If you get the 2 whites, it will. Tate Essen. Pardon us, Tate Van Essen. 220 on his opener coming up in a moment. John came up to the table and put in a 2.5 kilo jump. Once more, that is your minimum jump that you're allowed Had the option to just retake on 137.5 if he wanted. Thought, all of the strength is there. I've just got to work on sinking that a tiny bit deeper. The hip crease and the knee joint, those are the two things you got to be concerned with as a competitor. That hip crease must dip appreciably below the knee joint at the lowest point of your squat. Tate Van Essen able to walk this out. Big old brace. Little stanky with the right leg, but I think it's going to pass. He looks at the lights, and they're all there. Our heaviest squat of the flight. You kind of already knew it was going to be Tate Van Essen, but he just keeps slapping on. That was a 20-kilo jump from 200 to 220. Logan Schramm back out. She's going to look to PR her squat. This would add 7.5 to her squat from Irongeddon 2. Once more, yours truly competed in that one. I was, oh boy, very, very thankful to have a ton of support from my girlfriend, from parents and friends and all that, from the entire Raw Strength community, and put up myself a 660 kg total there as a 83 competitor. This place, Raw Strength, means a lot to me personally and to so many other lifters. Thanks once again to owner Jeremy Muchler for hosting us. Logan Schramm to add 7.5 kg for the best comp squat. Oh my goodness. This is where people usually tell you, hey, put some weight on the bar. Elated is the word. Big squat PRs are being set already in the morning. It's just 9:25 a.m. Sophia Brown once more comes out. She's got to get a successful lift here in order to post a total for this competition. 105 kg was her opener. When you do open a little bit heavy, you don't have so much room to go up. That is always a risk that you run. Yes, it's nice to have a big number on the board to start for your very first squat, but it doesn't do anything for you besides just put a number on the board. Sophia Brown is up, getting a moment to get our collars all adjusted and tightened. We'll tell you all about loading the barbell after this attempt. Sophia's found a belt and put it on. It's a double prong belt and does that extra little bit of support give her just what she needs to find one successful squat here. Think you're going to see depth be the issue. She'll rack that. She'll turn over and look at the lights. And 3 reds on depth. So the standard of the lift here in Powerlifting America is positively tight. Really always has been and always will be. This federation does not play around. Sophia Brown will not post a successful squat, will not post a total for the meet. But again, you can stick around, and she's got a very respectable deadlift opener put in of 100 kilos when we do get to the deadlift. That'll be our final of the 3 disciplines. Once we finish all of these squats for Flight A, we will move down to Flight B's squats, and then we'll proceed forward with the other 2 disciplines, the bench press and the deadlift, in just that same order. Lifters progress throughout the order of the flight in terms of lightest to heaviest weight lifted. Sarah Kruger squatted 115 at the Powerlifting America Umbra Classic in August. Sarah's looking to just blow that away, to just dominate that total, be the strongest version of herself today, adding 12.5 kg on the 127.5. Booyah! Show me a little belt flick. And Coach Stephen Emmett with a big old brace. Sarah says shout out to her coach as well, Haley Berrigan. for the perfect balance of rehab and prep to get her to the platform in one piece today. The sport will want to chew you up and spit you out. It will want to leave you injured, broken, battered. 35 years old, Sarah Kruger is still getting better and says, forget all of that noise. When you got to train, you got to train. Elena Evans, 140 kg. Once more, big PR already loaded. For Elena Evans, this would be plus 7.5 to her best. The Elena Evans fan club, it's time to hear from you. Deepest, darkest depths. And on the lights, count it. Nobody's PRs are safe today. Elena Evans, money on 140 kg. That's our heaviest women's squat completed so far. Christine Cranford has put in 142.5 kg for her third attempt. First and foremost, John Valpotic, the Iron veteran. John loads 140 kg. Missed on his second attempt on depth. Got to dig to get down there just a little bit deeper. 140 kg. Looked better here. John on 140. We like it. We love it. What do the judges say? Oh, yeah. I ask once more, what do you hope to be doing at the age of 72? John's lived a lifetime of strength and still has access when he needs it to that young man strength. Forget people talk about the old man strength. Says 72, and I'm still young. Christine Cranford heading to Powerlifting America Collegiate Nationals later in the season in April. But first, wants to put up a big qualifying total. Came in with a best squat ever of 125. Now forget all that noise. Show us 142.5. Christine, caught. Fantastic work on the spotter's side. And important, an obligation of the lifter is to not dump that barbell. You dump it behind you. You leave your spotters to fully catch it. That is cause for disqualification from the meet. Very well done. Very classily done. And that's just a proper execution all the way around. Christine Cranford will have to sit on a still sizable squat PR of 7.5 kg. And we'll finish with that 132.5. So she'll have the second heaviest women's squat of the day. All male competitors in our second flight coming up, Flight B. Tate Van Essen should be up in a moment. It's funny, the barbell is not loaded with his weight. We're having a brief discussion at the scorer's table. You have our referees now calling out the proper loading of the plates, because we noticed Tate's weight that he had put in was certainly not what's on the barbell right now. Our loaders are going to take just a moment to flop that. No worries. But this is a perfect time to tell you all about loading the bar. We tried to get there and didn't quite have time. So this barbell is a Rogue Ohio power bar. Power bars are 20 kilograms. You'll see the competition collars that they slap on at the very end after all the plates are on to hold everything together. And those are 2.5 kg a piece, or 5 kilos for a pair. Each one of those red round things are 25 kilo plates, a pair of them being 50. The next denomination is blues. Those are 20, a pair of them being 40. Yellows, as you'll see on our weight tree to the left of your screen, are 15, a pair of them being 30. Greens are 10, a pair of them being 20. All of these in kilos, of course. Whites are 5, a pair is 10 kilos. Blacks are 2.5 kg, a pair is 5. And silvers are your smallest denominations, 1.25 kg a piece or 2.5 for a pair. A huge final squat for Tate Van Essen. This will take him just over that magical, mystical, and mythical 500-pound barrier at 501 and some change. Tate Van Essen dunked that to the depths and should be good by us. Once more, good morning, 500 pounds, flying all around. Let's have this switched over. Our rack heights will be adjusted, and then we're ready for Flight B's squats, beginning with James Tinney in just a few moments. Our Raw Masters 283 competitor will be up in just a few moments for the start of Flight B.
On you, James. Let's get it. Nice opener.
James Tinney, aggressive on rack on the bar. And we are so convinced on the depth. We are also so convinced on the size of the forehead vein. I think he's being told that his singlet was making a little bit of contact with his knee sleeves. Don't see that all too often, but with the very long legs of his singlet, we see how it can happen. That's one of those intricacies of the rule book that you won't always even see a referee mention. But yes, you don't want to see. Oh, in fact, you're going to hear our next competitor being told the exact same thing while he waits on deck. Jason Forbes is the next one up. He's a Raw Master 105. Again, so what's all that mean? Raw simply means without the use of a squat suit. You get your lifting costume or the singlet, and you get the belt. You get wrist wraps if you want them. Silky opener for Jason Forbes on 105. Pardon us, on 145. And then again, the Masters 1 is his age division, and the 105 is his weight class. 105 kg. That means competitors can weigh in up to about 231.5 pounds. He weighed in just 96.85 this morning, getting closer to the 93 kilo class.
Seconds for you, Jason.
Bars loaded for Seth Pollard. On racks here. Squat command on 165. Ooh, that's clean. The speed of the first attempt is so important. That lets you gauge not just how strong you feel on the day, but then translating that to, well, what should my attempts be? Alex Sprague is going to be next up under the barbell. Alex is another one of these standout teenagers, a Kendallville, Indiana native, just south of the border. Says this is his first competition, and as such, his goal is to go 9 for 9 and hit 3 PRs. Wants to give a shout out to his coach, Luke Weimer, too, for working with him as a, quote, rookie. And it does make sense to call himself a rookie in that. And then he says also his parents, of course, for supporting him throughout it all. I think every single competitor ever wants to probably shout out their parents for helping to just make them what they are. Alex Sprague, good morning. Whoa! Stumbles and smacked the knee on the ground. Lost balance there, maybe dunked it too deep. Oh, boy. And I think he is going to have to seriously consider his plans right now. His whole right leg look to be in some discomfort. When the bullets fly, stuff can go wrong, folks, on meet day. Almost inevitable that it happens to somebody at some point. Zachariah Charneski is going to head out in just a moment. He's up with 170 kg. Here is Zachariah Charneski, a Lake Orion native, a 105 kg. Wow. Did a little pause squat just to stunt on all of us mere mortals. Very, very nice. Says his favorite lift and his best lift is the deadlift. And he just wants to match his highest gym total of 526 kg. You say just, as if that's not a highly, highly significant figure. Joseph Valente comes up next. Joseph is a open 120 competitor. Again, that 120 on the men's class, that's the highest until you get up to the super heavies. You do have a little bit of space between the plates on the left side of the bar. I'd like to see that collar probably a little bit tighter. Wonder if anybody else is seeing what I'm seeing. Joseph Valente, buenos dias. And on his first, he's got 3 whites. The Ipsy native says his best gym total includes a 425-pound squat, a 525-pound deadlift. But he did bomb out on bench in his last meet, he tells us as well. Once more, that bomb out is when you fail to register a successful attempt out of all of your 3 on a discipline. That's one of those that Alex Sprague is going to have to wonder about. If he really did pick up an injury on his squat where the right knee smacked all the way to the ground, then, well, that could be all she wrote for the day if he's just unable to continue to even try to squat that. Joseph Valente was good on the 175 kg squat. Matt Monarch is the next one up to the platform. Matt's a 105 competitor, weighed in at 104.45. Chooses to unrack with the split stance. You do have the option to do so. It's just not always the stablest for many lifters. He's got all right speed on his opener. Depth, no issue to us. Believe we saw him get 1 red light. Folks, if you're wondering and you're not always able to see the scoreboard, hey, how the heck can I follow along with all these live results? Here's what you should do. You should go online to liftingcast.com and search for Powerlifting America No Frills 2. The code for that one being 2026 MIO1. Once more, that's Powerlifting America No Frills 2. And that's what we're doing. That's where we are. We are live from Raw Strength here in Kalamazoo. Thanks once again to gym owner Jeremy Muchler for having us, and to Powerlifting America Michigan meet director Allie Lewis for bringing me in. Rack heights being adjusted between every attempt. Joshua Bowler, again, is our back spotter with the Great Lakes Strongest Man shirt on. Can't miss the man, and an accomplished strongman competitor himself. Bar now loaded for Carson Spradlin, a White House, Ohio native, a junior, 93, also coached by Luke Weimer, as is Alex Sprague. 12.5 kg under his best squat to open, and it looked like it too. Multiple chains flapping, and all of the strength is there for way more than 190.
When did you fill out the first attempt? Or
Nope. 205, you said?
yep. Slot number better.
Bars loaded for Jackson and Berkey. Jackson saunters on out. Messy bun and all. Taking a real close squat grip. You see his hands not too far from his shoulders.
You got it.
Competed at University Nationals this past April in Atlanta. Jackson opens here with his heaviest squat opener of all time on 195. Sit back, stand up. That's simple. Jackson's all-time best squat is 202.5. He hit that at the first Powerlifting America Irongeddon back in October of 2024. I've been fortunate enough to share the platform with him twice for both iterations of Powerlifting America Irongeddon. His best DOTS score as a measure of strength relative to body weight was hit at University Nationals, but his best competition total was hit at the Powerlifting America Irongeddon 2 in September of this year.
Let's see it, Brock. All you.
Here is Brock Rue under the bar, a junior 105 kg competitor. What are they feeding the juniors and the teenagers nowadays? Brock weighed in at 104.9, just under the class. Means he's well fed, well hydrated, and he has so much more there. His knee sleeves and his singlet say stoic, as does his demeanor. He took a while to look over, and he just wanted to wander over towards us in order to have me take his attempt. I said, no, thank you. You can feel free to tell me, but I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Successful on 225 kilos. He has elected to scratch. So that may be a number that he just wanted to hit for a PR reason. That may be some sort of qualifying total, or it could be some sort of tweak that he felt. There's always a number of different possibilities. Justin Corley, he opens at 232.5. This is 17.5 under his best. All-time best is a huge number for him of 250 kg or 551 and change. And look at the size of his legs. Oh, that's unnerving. That's positively ridiculous. Justin's 16 years of age. You absolutely cannot in any way tell by looking at him, but he is. Weighed in at 95.35, just a hair above the cap for the 93 class, so he will compete as a very, very light 105. Now we turn it back up to the top of the flight. Brock Rue again has scratched, so he will not be taking, it appears, his second or his third squats. Everybody else will be taking their second squat attempts here for Flight B.
It goes James, Alex.
James Tinney on 150 kg for his second. A tiny bit shaky on his walkout, and then just figures it out. That survival instinct that triggers when a squat near your best is on your back is undefeated all time.
You're mad, right? So you're got it, Alex.
All right, now, interesting storyline to watch. Alex Sprague had a mishap, to put it lightly, on his first squat. Lost balance, and you figured, was his right quad really acting up on him? Did it tighten? Did it cramp? And you've very rarely ever seen that in the sport, where his right knee smacked all the way onto the ground as he was still standing upright with his left leg. He will retake 165 kg. See how the legs hold up this time. Way better. Wow. Don't call it a comeback. So then we sense, was it probably not injury related? It's so tough to say. Is he just squatting so deep? That's a good problem to have, that you become a little stuck in the hole. Some will be even stronger, hitting the absolute bottom, bottoming it out, you may hear it called. And maybe Alex Sprague's one of those. Jason Forbes, 165. Jason's a Portage, Michigan native from right around here. You can tell the guy's tough because he says he trains at his work gym. Didn't even mention what gym that is. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. You scrap for every kilo, regardless of where you train. You can still get strong. Jason got just one red light from the right side, so he'll pass. I think the one thing that was red lighted was the re-rack. I think they're saying, I'm trying to listen to the right side judge. I believe he said that, or maybe one of his feet shifted a little bit. That is one of the causes for disqualification of a squat, would be moving around with the feet after the squat command has been given. Regardless, it's just a one red light. As we've mentioned, if you get 2 out of 3 of those lights to be white, you pass the lift. Jason has put in a 5-kilo jump from his second to his third attempts. Alex Sprague has put in a 20-kilo jump. We're assuming that he feels a whole lot better then. Seth Pollard, 175 kg. Opened at 165. Seth's all-time best squat is 227.5, so far from that. Pardon us, I think that's a disambiguation issue. Seth racks that. We'll tell you what we mean on that. So, the largest powerlifting database that exists online is known as openpowerlifting.org. You can find essentially the results of practically every powerlifting meet that's ever existed. However, sometimes there's multiple lifters with the same. For example, yours truly, Tanner White, is not the only powerlifter named Tanner White to ever exist on the site Open Powerlifting, and so I'm in fact on the site disambiguated as Tanner White number 2. I think that's our issue with the other Seth Pollard. Our apologies to both of them. Zach Charneski on 180. He's going to go over that 400-pound barrier real quick, and with probably more still to be had. He might finish this third squat and think, hey, I wish I had loaded more on it because of how easy that was. He's going to send his coach up to the table, and I think they'll both be thinking the same thing. Yeah, we've got plenty of room to load more weight on there. His coach is Janelle Jolicoeur. She is now leaving the table, and they have put in 187.5. It's still a sizable jump, and it will put him well over 400 pounds. Bar loaded for Joseph Valente. Talk about your bottom out. The guy sits all the way on his heels. When your heels and your hamstrings touch, you can pretty much expect that your lift's going to pass almost every time, unless there's other faults. We have seen so very few of them that were missed besides on pure strength where the lifter just wasn't able to complete the lift. Sophia Brown was red lighted on depth on her third squat when she kind of needed one there to post the total. And then John Velpotic also received a red light on depth, but that's about it. Nearly perfect for squats for everybody so far this morning. Once more, good morning, and thank you for joining us. Live here from Raw Strength in Kalamazoo, 9:53 a.m. We continue rifling on through the second attempts of squats of Flight B here for Powerlifting America's No Frills 2.
All right, Jason, let's see it.
Come on! Take it after!
Jackson Amberkey is in a really good spot here. He can tie his competition best with just his second squat here on 202.5 kg. Jackson weighed in at just 71.4 kilos in the 74 class. Competed last time as an 83, but real light. Even light for a 74 today. But keeps getting stronger. Once more, forehead vein, popping. And got it. Jackson's a member of the Western Michigan University powerlifting team, WMUPL, always representing here around Raw Strength. They've got a partnership and are recognized as an official Powerlifting America affiliated club. Carson Spradlin comes out with 205 in a moment. That's 3 reds and the yellow. Remember, that barbell is 20 kgs, and a pair of competition collars is 5 total. Jackson Amberkey just put in 207.5. Carson was coming up a little bit early, and then the collars had to be tightened. So our head referee, Ryan Lay, told him, hey, not yet. Classic. Carson Spradlin, under 205 kg. That's 452 or so. Carson says his best competition squat coming in was 202.5. Taking the PR on the second. Once more, good place to be. And there's more to be had. Little smile. We're finally breaking some of these guys, and they're finally saying, I'm actually having fun. Not everybody has fun when they train squats, more likely than anything. You see sumo deadlifters, and well, they just look like they're having fun more so. But the competition squats can be the most mentally taxing if one lets them. And on a competition day, when you get to just let it fly, and with some often heavy rebounds with a lot of bar velocity, doesn't feel quite so bad. Matt Monarch is once again told to hike up his singlet a little bit, as it was too close to making contact with his knee sleeves. Opts for the Nordic lifting knee sleeve. Previously a USPC competitor, now he's here with Powerlifting America. Ooh, he's rocking around, but I think as he stood up evenly enough, I don't think it's cause for a DQ. He's got 3 whites. Once more, folks, thank you to everybody joining us over here on the Powerlifting America Michigan YouTube channel. Feel free to drop us a comment right now. Tell us where you're from. Tell us who you're watching. Tell us what's been your favorite moment of the day so far.
Go ahead and write it down. Let's see it, Justin. All you, let's get it.
Justin Corley, teen phenom, put in a 20-kilo jump, usually considered aggressive, no matter who you are and what that squat max is. This is 252.5 kg. It's still dunked. He had a little hip shift into his left. We sense that's still plenty good enough. Yes. 556.7 pounds. So some of our most impressive lifts are from Mr. 16 years old and Mr. 72 years old. John Velpotic and Justin Corley. If we're playing favorites, which we'd never do. James Tinney coming out for attempt number 3. We turn it up to the top of Flight B. These are the final round of squats. You have just 9 more squat attempts, and then we'll have our 10-minute changeover. That's when we'll have the bench thrown in there, backed up into the power rack that you see, or the combo rack. And the bench press discipline will begin after a 10-minute intermission. James Tinney out in a moment, 162.5 kg on the bar.
Not taking a third. Okay. Okay, so you need to turn up the three until you're plugged in. And then
Yeah,
the only time that we can scramble to the table is for your third deadlift. It's beautiful. And is it the same way with like a big match competition as well? Okay, I really appreciate that. I'll try to get more. Yeah, it's a lot of different things happening.
Let's see it, James. Last one, best one.
Figure that all out right now. So I can.
A little bit of a delay while our bar was being wiped off. And now finally it's up to James Tinney. James on the 162.5 for the third squat. It's one of those, you've got to get it just deep enough usually to pass on the third when it's a limit lift. Oh, it's 2 reds on the depth. That will be no lifted at the end there. James was ready to run over to the table, I think, put in a 4th, a 5th attempt, however many it takes. But you only get 3 of them. He'll have to settle for his 2nd attempt of 150 kilos. Still a highly respectable lift of 330 pounds and change. All of these masters putting on a show that is the Masters 2 division for him at the age of 48. And once more, you can have your best strength at any age if John Velpotic hasn't already proved that. Real quick loading swap. I think they're just throwing a black on that they were missing. Once more, those black plates are 2.5 kilos apiece, a pair of them making 5. And your competition collars, the same thing, 2.5 each, a pair of them being 5. Jason Forbes, 170. Took a little while to think about it. Had to, as the loaders were making a change to the barbell. Master is not just an age category. Sometimes it describes just how these guys execute too. Oh, the grinder. And never once wavered in his strength, in his technique. And he's got it. He did get 1 red on the right. Doesn't matter now. That number is up on the board, 170 kg. Seth Pollard is going to take 182.5, Alex Sprague 185, and then Zach Charneski 187.5. 3 consecutive lifters will best each other by just 2.5.
All you sets. Settle in.
Here is Seth Pollard, 182.5 to jump over that 400 kilo barrier. Sometimes it's more mental than it is physical, and that's exactly what you just saw. Oh, he had so much more. He's going to go embrace everybody, I think, that will listen, everybody that's interested in hugging. As he comes off, the next weight once more is Alex Sprague with 185, and then it'll be Zach Charneski at 187.5. 6 more squats to go all day long. That's it. 10:04 a.m. Don't want to make any comments about the pace because that's when something goes wrong. Anybody who knows in this sport, you spend too much time around it and you'll see a whole lot of things. Yesterday, yours truly was at the USA Powerlifting Panther Jungle Throwdown in Byron Center, a 2-platform meet lasting in the neighborhood of 6.5 hours on air. Alex Sprague on 185. Looks like his legs are with him now when you need them more than ever. Bingo. It's so important not to panic. Something will go wrong in almost every competition ever. Nearly inevitable, no matter the level of dialed in that you approach it with, no matter your preparation, how good everything feels, how good your warm-ups feel, there's just never any guarantees. Bar loaded for Zach Charneski. Former Lake Orion Dragon, one speculates. Didn't get a chance to ask if he did go to Lake Orion High School, but it's the coolest mascot ever. That is one of the deepest third squats you'll ever see. There can't be any questions. Good night. That was a treat to watch. We're spoiled here. We really are. Bar now loaded. Joe Valente. His third attempt selection now is 195. This is actually a bigger jump than you saw from his first to his second. This is plus 12.5 from the second. It matters to start building the total early on in the day. Good morning. Works for us. Works for everybody. Very nice. Jackson Ambergy will be taking a competition best of 5 keys here, 207.5.
Just a few lifters actually miss flight once we are done here. We're going to take a 10-minute break while we get set up for the bench.
Rack heights being adjusted. Jackson Ambergy will readily, that is, head out the moment he gets that bars loaded call. His handler here, Stephen Emmett, watching on in his ear says, make it happen. Jackson Ambergy out of Swartz Creek says his other goals for the meet today are to just, quote, be the GOAT. Competition PR of 5 kg. Jackson Ambergy for the +5. It wants to fold him in half, but never say die. Oh, and it's not going to pass. You had 2 blue cards. They're going to say that there was up and down movement of the barbell. We haven't had to say that at all because we haven't seen it at all today. But that is a cause for disqualification of any of the 3 lifts. If you have the bar while beginning its ascent, take any dip and start to go down at all, the referees will jump on that. It's their right and their obligation to call it. It was one of the best grinds that you can really find in the sport, but he will come up with the 202.5, tying the competition best on his second squat, and that's what he'll have to keep. Matt Monarch put in a huge jump from his first attempt to his second, now a much more conservative one of 7.5 kilos from his second to third. Heaviest squat attempt of this flight coming up. Tate Van Essen has the heaviest squat performed period today, and in fact, it looks like he will retain that, as Carson Spradlin has the heaviest squat put in at the very bottom of this flight with 225 up next. Here's Matt Monarch on 215. Once more, that's positively dunked. Oh, you had the up and down. So there you see 2 examples of it back to back, where whether that's just the strength failing, the core kind of giving out on you when you lose your brace, or a balance issue, doesn't matter. The moment that bar dips down at all, and that's a cause for the no lift. Pardon us, the heaviest squat is going to be Justin Corley. We are told that he scratched his third attempt, so he only needed that 252.5, as if that's not monstrous enough on its own. He's just going to sit on that second, and he will still have the heaviest squat of the day. Carson Spradlin, in a moment, coming out with 225, 496 pounds, give or take. And then the mad scramble likely to the bathroom as we get the changeover and our bench press is ready to begin. Carson Spradlin with a mismatched kit. SBD belts and wrist wraps, A7 singlet, and the Inzer knee sleeves. But he's got the starter kit. Knows all the right brands. And does he know all the right moves? And does he have everything to give? Take one peek at the lights. He's got them all. That wraps up squats. What a way to end it. Carson Spradlin hits the 225 kg squat. That becomes just third from the heaviest of the entire flight. Tate Van Essen at the very bottom of Flight A. He records the 227.5 for a 501 pound and change squat. And the heaviest overall is Justin Corley, needing just his second attempt to get to 252.5. That's 556.7 pounds or so. Logan Schramm, Sarah Kruger, Christine Cranford, Elena Evans, among your many other competitors to register competition bests. And for all of our new competitors for whom this is their first competition, they register their first numbers up on the board and just a few failed attempts. 4 of them total throughout Flight B, one of those being Alex Sprague, just kind of losing the balance and his right knee being wonky on him. And let's have that 10-minute intermission. We're going to turn this thing over. Bench press event coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Tanner White bringing you Powerlifting America's No Frills 2 live from Raw Strength here in Kalamazoo.
There are a million.
Let's put a little hustle. I don't like you, but I want to. For who now? All right, you're all set. We had started a 10-minute timer. We will restart with bench at 10:25. 10:25 will be the bench start time.
Yeah, I have been in the meeting. Woken out from it. Where a guy dropped the $1,000 chest. Good. And now that's not. But she also dropped up. Yeah. Well, play basic. A quick look at it. See that. The problem is the wrong way to talk. Well, that guy's 1,000 pound body.
Oh, terrifying.
With Jimmy Cole.
And he's like, yeah, I'm going to try this again. Yeah. It was a big.
That's what I'm doing. Drop it and drop it on your chest. I try to be really mindful when I'm standing on that body.
Because like I don't want to touch you. Like, I want to like and at the same time, I want to get shot.
I'm gonna try to hide.
So it's really sports.
Look up the clip. I need extra thin side tape. I also just had a really hectic day yesterday. Let me go home. Oh, yeah, okay.
All my spotters, and hoods and nuts, the platform.
I went back there and
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back. It's just about time for our bench press discipline, the second of our 3 lifts of the day. We progress on from the squat to the bench press, and we end with the deadlift, always in that order here in the great sport of powerlifting. The first bench attempt is going to come in just mere moments as the bar is loaded for Brittany Minkowitz. Oh, Brittany jumped the gun just a little bit, as we did too. We told Brittany, yeah, well, go ahead. But they don't ask us what we really want down from the judge's end of things. Once we do get that bar's loaded call, Brittany Minkowitz will have 30 kg loaded on the bar, and Tatiana Flott will take that same weight. Again, her and Juanita Jones and Tatiana Flott all appearing to just need a qualifying total from a Powerlifting America meet, and they likely all intend to enter the Powerlifting America Michigan Invitational held here at Raw Strength on the final weekend of September. Brittany Minkowitz on 30 kg for our very first bench press attempt of the day. We speculate it's a fairly easy call on the successful attempt there. Brittany knows that she'll be scratching the rest of her attempts, just has to get openers in order to post a total from the meet. That was great watching Tatiana Flott just shake off Joshua Bowler there. The spotter is just very much looking on passively as a spectator right now. 30 kg coming. Tatiana Flott. Once more, just needs that opener. 30 kg for her. Now, Sophia Brown will take an attempt at 37.5 kg, so she did not elect to depart. She's going to stick around and play this whole thing out. She did bomb out on the squats, unfortunately. That means she failed to register a successful attempt out of the 3. Sophia Brown, 37.5 kg bench to open. It was 105 kgs, the weight that she took for each of her 3 squat attempts, and just wasn't able to get the 3rd attempt. The first 2 just went down and were a little bit too heavy. The 3rd one, she put on a belt and then just wasn't quite there on depth. You just saw, again, her having a conversation with Josh Bowler, the spotter there. You've got to give them, as a lifter, instructions. You got to tell your spotter exactly what you're looking for. Start command for Sophia Brown. On the press, that looks super, super clean to us. And she should have her lights coming up in just a moment. They're all what? That's 37.5 kgs. Sophia Brown for a successful lift here for Powerlifting America. No frills, 2. PJ Jones, a first bench coming of 40 kgs, that is. PJ coached by Karen Clark of F3 Fitness. Says her favorite exercises, these are so fun and so unconventional. They're big tire flips and sledgehammers. That's old school, folks. Says oh boy, it's easy for us to say. So sorry, folks, we're still waking up here in the morning. Says she went to grad school in Kalamazoo, so she's excited to come back to the area and eat at her favorite restaurants. Felt. Lots of great places around here in Kalamazoo. PJ Jones opens on 40 kg, 88 pounds and some change, and good press. We didn't pay her to say this. She also says, shout out to you, Tanner. You're awesome. Just had to drop that in, folks. Again, I was thankful to cross paths with her first at the USA Powerlifting State Championships over at the Lansing Center in Lansing. Back on November was it the 11th, 12th weekend? Something 8, 9. Folks, they all run together. To call it a repetitive sport is kind of underselling it. Logan Schramm opens on 40 kg. That's so quick and clean. You're audibly hearing from our head referee, Ryan Lay, the 3 commands to the bench press. That's why they call it the most technical of the 3. You've got just the 2 commands for squat. You've already heard those. Those are squat and rack. For the bench press, you have start. That tells the lifter that they can begin to lower that bar down toward their chest. You have press. Once the bar is appreciably motionless, the referee will give you that press command. You can begin to drive it up, and then rack. After that barbell has been fully locked out, you can throw that thing back into the pins and get on your merry little way. Bar loaded for Sarah Kruger, opening on 60 kg. Sarah says her best competition bench is 65. Just 5 under it to open. That's a really good issue to have. Sarah Kruger after that start command. And so fresh and so clean. Folks, you remember when Outkast ran the world and everything was just good in the very early part of the 2000s? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Go ahead and drop your favorite Outkast tune in the chat if you've got one, folks. Let us know what that is.
Bars loaded.
Let's go. Here we go. Let's go.
Let's see it, Christine.
Here we go.
Now here's Christine Cranford under the bar. Christine already hit a big old squat PR of 7.5 kg. Her best competition bench coming in was 70 kilos. That was set at Powerlifting America West Michigan Classic 2 back in November. A quick turnaround for Christine, but still able to get better each and every meet out there. On 65 for her opener, that is money. Once more, if you're struggling to see the lights on the scoreboard, we apologize for not having the variable zoom for you, but we can tell you that you can go online to liftingcast.com and look for Powerlifting America's No Frills 2 competition. John Velpotic, at 72 years of age, will take 72.5 kg. Lifting beyond your age. Very nice. That 72.5 is roughly equivalent to 160 pounds. It's a shade under, but he's got plenty to go. Oh, he noticed something very funny. Those little pins that the lifters put those levers in order, or pardon us, that the spotters and loaders put those levers in order to change the rack heights. He said, hey, one of those pins is still in there. Surprised the man noticed that, but incredibly spry and with it. At the age of 72. Gets the start command. Takes a while on his descent. But let me tell you something. Once he finishes off this press, oh, it's stalled near the top two. But I do get to talk about a technique thing that I've been noticing as a trend across a whole bunch of different federations. And I just saw it there. The more that a lifter controls that bar path, the descent down to their chest, typically the slower that they go, the quicker they'll get the press command. Remember, the bar just has to be appreciably motionless for that tiniest moment for your head referee to say, press. I think John is going to actually change his rack height as well. And so probably going to choose to retake that same weight at 72.5. You'll likely, in almost every case, in fact, you'll see smaller jumps taken on the bench press than you will on either the squat or the deadlift. It comprises a smaller portion of your total in pretty much every case. It's a lighter absolute weight, and both of those things tend to lend themselves to smaller jumps. Elena Evans, 75 kg. Already opening 10 kilos beyond her all-time best. Geez. Has a chance to throw a huge quantity onto her vest bench. From right here in Kalamazoo, coached by Nick Evans. Love that. And trains in the basement. Let me tell you, the basement gym lifters, always scary, always dangerous. We mean scary in the best way. And say hello to a new 10 kg PR for the opener. Ooh. We spoke a little bit too soon. We've just heard that she's gotten 2 red lights, and our head referee, Ryan Lay, says, hey, your hips came off the bench. That's a rule that we haven't had to mention yet because it hadn't popped up in competition. But yes, you've got to keep your points of contact with the bench being your head and your hips. Everything else is pretty much optional. Now, there's one more rule that we should mention for Powerlifting America, specifically our federation today, and that's the heels or the feet. This is difficult to adjudicate, and you see some controversial calls whenever this is something that holds people back. However, when the lifter's feet come up off of the ground, the rule reads that the shoe, or the foot rather, must remain as flat to the floor as the shape of the shoe will allow. You'll see tons of different kinds of footwear. Some will even opt for an Olympic lifting shoe with a raised heel in order to give them more room to keep that heel on the ground with the rest of the foot arguably off. Tate Van Essen, opener, 122.5. Booyah. Tate got one blue from the head referee. He might want to go and talk. didn't catch what, and I don't think our official Brian Lay did say what he called that red for. For what it's worth, once you get the 2 whites, doesn't really matter. But if you want to make a little technical adjustment and just for your own, sanity or your own state of mind, know that you have completed the technical standards of the lift, you can go and ask at any time, especially respectfully. That is crucial because, well, they hold your fate and your total in their hands, do the referees. Tate Van Essen, good opening press of 122.5. And now we're going to turn it over to Kale Powers. Kale was forced to compete bench only in this one, has been typically a full, what you call raw power entrant, meaning that he completes all of the 3 disciplines. But you do have options to enter in other ways and compete, and Kale is going to choose to be bench only. We'll tell you why in a moment. But his bench looks like it showed up today. Very nice opener for Kale Powers. Him and Tate Van Essen with the 2 heaviest benches of the flight. Kale and Tate are just 18 and 17 each, and they find themselves at the bottom of the flight. Again, we progress through these flights in order of lightest to heaviest weight lifted. The quote-unquote lightest opener of Flight B, when we get there, is Seth Pollard at 90 kg, and it's going to get ridiculous towards the bottom of that flight. We'll tell you all about it when we get there. Sophia Brown on her second bench wants 42.5 kg. Logan Schramm at the same weight will follow. Then Sarah Kruger in the hole with 65 kg. And Christine Cranford after that will take 70. Sophia Brown on 42.5 kg. That looks good to us. Bar now loaded for Logan Schramm. 42.5 is once again her weight. 45 kg is her competition best. This will only be 2.5 under that. Again, already competed twice in 2025 in short succession and made another pretty quick turnaround to get here in time for no frills 2. She has one red light coming in from the center, but she's got it on the sides. And successful lift for Logan Schramm there at 42.5 with more in the tank. Sarah Kruger on 65 in a moment. Bar now loaded for Sarah Kruger. She is also going to be handled today by Stephen Emmett, a Powerlifting America competitor himself and an accomplished one as a 120 kilo competitor. Sarah Kruger's 65 kg second bench. Here it comes. Tying her competition best. It's creepy crawly. We'd say she's got it. How about it? Oh, man, on the right and the left. We wonder just what that's all about. We'll try to look through at the results that our referees have put in and determine what exactly we've got. I wonder if it was on the descent. The bar did double bounce a little bit, we thought, off of her chest. You want to see no up and down movement. We had one squat disqualified because of that, and that was Jackson Ambergy's third squat, the insane grinder, by the way. We got to talk to him about it, and he reviewed the video a little bit right after squats were done. He said, yeah, I don't know if I really agree with it. They never ask you as the lifter what you thought about it, strangely enough. Imagine that. Christine Cranford. She'll be heading to nationals. That's all well and good. She's got a monster deadlift that we'll tell you about when we get there. A deadlift that looks almost comical as compared to her size. Again, typically a 57 kg competitor here in Powerlifting America. Ooh, that's pretty sticky on the 70. Wow, and it took a long time, too, to get the rack command, so she had to held that a while. I mean, it works, but I think she's going to go and probably have to take a minimum jump of just 2.5. Once more, that is your minimum jump. When you get a missed lift, those are your two options. You either take at the same weight again, or you go up by as little as 2.5. Technically, you can go up by as much as you want. There isn't any kind of limit, but often one chooses the minimum, especially on the bench press, as again, it does comprise the lowest proportion of the total.
When he was up last, he told us about
He changed it up.
Bar loaded. John Velpotic, retake here at 72.5 kg. John did miss and was given 2 yellow cards after the reds. I'll tell you more about faults and cards after this attempt coming. 72 years of age. John is still perhaps got his best in him. Start command here. Move his grip in a little bit. And now polishes off. If they determine he locked it out, that waits. Let's hear it. Folks, if you're not clapping out loud, if you're not cheering to your device right now, are you truly alive and awake? Feel your pulse.
yeah.
After the successful comeback from John Velpotic on that second bench, he's now put in 77.5. Rack heights changed, and here comes Elena Evans. Her hips had come off the bench on her first attempt, and yet she still took a decent-sized jump when it comes to the bench press of 5 kilos. Her best competition bench coming in, remember, was 65. This is plus 15 already. On her second attempt, too, and that's way better. That little minor adjustment of just driving those hips down and ramming your whole body into the bench, creating that arch with the lower as well as the upper body. It just made a huge world of difference. And again, plus 15 to Elena's best bench. She has now thrown on a 2.5 kg jump at the table. That means she's going to take 82.5 on her third. Kale Powers, 132.5. Again, with an MCL injury in his football season over at Schoolcraft. Just one town over. Saw him unable to play in the state championship game as Schoolcraft would advance to the Division 7 MHSAA football state championship. His squad would come up short, and again, Kale unavailable in that game with the knee injury. Good news is it is a competition. It's competition touches, it's effort, and getting that competition atmosphere. Kale Powers 132.5 in just a moment. His attempt timer's running down. Kale still has 40 seconds to get out here. Again, you've got 60 seconds from the time that bar is loaded call comes. Here he is now. Kale Powers under the barbell at 132.5 keys. It's 292 pounds and change. Temp timer runs a little bit, but you just got to begin it before that timer hits zeros. Racking the 132.5 kg. Looks up at his lights. All white. Tate Van Essen is going to be 2.5 kg ahead should he be able to hit this. Then you wonder if one competitor would be willing to change their plan based on the attempts of the other. It's always possible, and you do have some time before your attempt comes up to go over to the table and make a change to whatever you said you wanted. Tate Van Essen, 135 kg. To give him the heaviest bench of the day so far. Kale and Tate will be neck and neck. Kale put in 140 at the table. After the start command, it's a little wobbly. Look at his arms. And yet, the pressing power all there. It's all well and good. Plus 12.5 is a pretty big jump on the bench press more than anything. 122.5 to 135. And still good for Tate Van Essen. Sophia Brown is going to take a minimum jump here, 2.5 kgs. That's almost more often than not the correct call on a second to a third bench. The third benches are so tricky and probably on average where you see the most misses in any powerlifting competition. Sophia Brown up, then Logan Schramm and Sarah Kruger in the hole. Sophia's got her first 2 bench attempts up on the board. Squats just weren't her lift. Started at 105 kg, and it was objectively too heavy. Does have lots of room to continue to build for the future. Not about the competition totals. It's about being better than yourself and the comeback within the meets as opposed to between meets. Good bench on on 45 kg. Logan Schramm on 50. Wow, Logan has put in a plus 7.5 from her second to her third. She took a minimum jump for the first, and that's kind of in line with what you expect. Logan Schramm back up under the bar. This would be plus 5 on her all-time competition bench set at Powerlifting America. Iron getting 2. Oh, that left elbow wanted to betray her. Yeah, it did. She's going to have to settle for the 42.5. It's 2.5 under her best. However, a valiant effort. And if maybe the press was a little bit more even, would that have come up? You could say, one would speculate. And we'll never know. Thanks once again to everybody that's joined us throughout the day. Once more, go ahead and just drop us some good news in the chat, folks. If you have any good news that you've accumulated, acquired throughout your week, go ahead and tell us. Spread a little bit more positivity. Sarah Kruger is going to draw everybody up, leaning towards the edge of their seats. This is the competition PR attempt as she throws on the 67.5, missed on her second at 65, goes up. It's your prerogative, Sarah. And now it's your weight. What do you do with it? On the press, it's stalled. Oh, it's too sticky. And then her rib cage was saved from certain doom by our side spotters. Had to take the PR attempts. Had some reason to think it would be there, considering how the first two went, and didn't really miss the second one on strength. Got one yellow card for a technical fault and then one red light. And so it's entirely worthwhile, that attempt. Just came up a tad empty. Already knocked out the big squat PR first of 127.5. Christine Cranford, 72.5. This is going to best what Christine hit at the West Michigan Classic 2 by 2.5 kg. November the 8th. That was when she last competed. Turnarounds of 3 months or less in this sport. Folks, it's one of those, you can do it when you're young. When you recover a little bit quicker, when you get stronger a little bit quicker, and those adaptations come quickly. Christine Cranford for the all-time bench PR. Oh, it crawled. And the speed off the chest just wasn't there. Once more, valiant effort. She'll have to settle for the PR match on the competition stage of 70 kg. Still a great day that Christine is working on. When you've already got the squat PR in the tank, and you've already matched the bench PR, and she's some would call a deadlift specialist, it's a real good problem to have. Her deadlift opener is 150 kilos, and her all-time best deadlift coming in is 157.5. There's reason to think that she's going to obliterate, in terms of her best total, anything that she's done before. Bar now loaded, John Valpotic. Mr. Masters 4. At every attempt, we got to kind of take the moment to remind you, the man's 72 years of age. You're only as old or young as you feel and as you decide that you're going to let your body be. 77.5. Once more, John has moved his grip a little bit closer in after his very first attempt. After the start attempt, takes a big old breath, lowers it down nice and slow. And on one more, 77.5. Did you have the up and down? Oh, it's not quite locked out too. That's 90% of the way up. And it stalled just before the end there. John is going to have to take the successful second. Thankfully, he did post one up there, so he stays in the meet and is still able to post a total. His deadlift opener, by the way, is 165 kilos. I mean, that is just positively absurd. That's 363.8 or so in pounds. And remember, he is an 83 kg competitor, opening well beyond twice body weight for his deadlift, with more to go. Once more, to follow along with all of these live results, we recommend you guys go to liftingcast.com and search for the Powerlifting America No Frills to meet, the code being 2026-MI-01 for the first Powerlifting America meet here of 2026 in the great state of Michigan. Elena Evans, 82.5 kg, a minimum jump for her. Guess what? She's already thrown on 15 to her best bench. 2.5 more just for the cherry and the sprinkles on top. Let's see it right here and now. 82.5 kg. Maybe. It could be. Oh, she waved it off fairly quick. Still settling, quote unquote, for the 15 kilo PR. That's another problem a ton of people would be really happy to have. Two competitions in USAPL, two in USPA, has had 3+ years off, has Elena Evans from the platform after the USPA drug testing raw strength showcase. But now back with Powerlifting America and stronger than ever. Kale Powers loading 140 kg. Kale last competed at the first Irongeddon here for Powerlifting America on the 140. It's butter, and it's an all-time best. +10. Kale totaled 600 kilos at Irongeddon in October of 2024, the first iteration of Irongeddon. And at that time, benched 130 kilos, missed on 140 at that point. So even with the knee injury and with that perhaps limiting his leg drive a little bit to set up that arch and things and to transfer upward force into the bar, still, Kale has an all-time +10. Tate Van Essen back under the bar. Tate is looking to put 5 onto his all-time best bench. 145 for the heaviest bench of the day. Oh, man, that's smacked onto the safeties. Once more, it's a fantastic save for him, and that will be the end of Flight A's bench press. So, in fact, Kale Powers does end up with the heaviest bench of the flight at 140. Schoolcraft's own, securing the great 3-for-3 day on the bench only meet on his side. Again, wanted to compete as full power. The guy also competes in the MHSPLA, the Michigan High School Powerlifting Association. And so the dual demands of trying to prepare for multiple meets there and still dealing with the injuries, just wasn't able to make it as a full power entrant, meaning doing all of the 3 lifts today, but had a great bench day and sets the all-time bench PR. Seth Pollard will be the first one up to bench here on the Flight B. 90 kg on his opener. Alex Sprague on deck. Jackson Ambergy in the hole. And James Tinney, as well as Zach Charneski, will all take that same weight of 105. All of these juniors, man, these teenagers, what do they feed them? Great looking start. Should be, oh, pardon me, you've actually got 2 reds. You had it from both sides, and I think the way that Seth popped up, he didn't expect that to be the case. He's going to send Jimmy Perucci, his handler, over to the table. Jimmy's going to be scrawling, chicken scratching his attempts.
What now?
I think Jimmy also wants to come and see me. Hopefully he's out of the camera frame. Loves to be in the spotlight. Bar going to be loaded in just a few moments for Alex Sprague on 102.5 kg. Then again, 3 consecutive lifters are going to take 105. Alex had once more a mishap on his first squat. His right knee kind of smacked on the ground, had to save himself with sort of an awkward little curtsy, staggered split stance as his left leg locked and the right just folded. But saved it on his second and third squats. Actually put up a 185 kg third squat. Starts here on 102.5 for his bench. No issue. Lights should be easier to come by this time, you bet. you'll begin to see that subtotal column populate if you're following along on liftingcast.com. Subtotal referring to the total of the sum of the best squat attempt plus the best bench attempt registered so far. Or for the less mathematically inclined, just watch that. And whoever has that, the highest number over in that column has lifted the most weight so far. Jackson Ambergee on 105. Jackson's all-time heaviest attempt in competition is 115 at Powerlifting America Irongeddon 2 back here at Raw Strength in September. Ooh, rack height, he says immediately as he gets on there, hey, this is too low. I think his attempt timer is going to continue running down. He doesn't have time for that to be adjusted. Oh, boy. Now, you might want to take a lift off. He's not going to elect that from Josh Bowler, his spotter. I mean, it's an option, but okay. So maybe between attempts, he'll go and say something once again. But, again, it's his prerogative. I wonder, did that slow down his first bench at all? On 105, it's good, but immediately I think he's going to go and say, I need this up a notch or two. Again, that's one of the first things that people don't tell you on meet day that you've got to do is you got to come in here and get your weigh-ins and your rack heights, ideally as quick as you can. And then if you've weighed in fairly early on, if you have a high-ish lot number, then from there you want to immediately start rehydrating and eating and get fueled up. That's going to be in Jackson's mind a little bit. It's important to see how he comes back from that. But you hope to see a positive change on his second attempt due to the higher, ideally, rack height. James Tinney under the barbell here. Same weight for him. 105 kgs. Make it 231 and a half or so. You continue to see what I mentioned back in the first flight. The lifters who control that bar path all the way down to the chest and really row that into their chest will be the ones getting the quicker press commands on average. James Tinney is red lighted. He's got 2 out of 3 reds. Only the head referee, Ryan Lay, did pass that lift. There's lots of causes for yellow cards. They're typically deemed obvious failures. That kind of, comes with some obvious air quotes. Wow, that bar had to remain on Zach's chest a long time. I think his opener is still going to be good. It's just simply that the longer you pause that barbell, the more things you have to think about, the more things can go wrong, and the heavier it'll tend to feel. So, yes, they're typically deemed quote-unquote obvious failures with the yellow cards, missing commands, dropping the bar on your deadlift. We'll talk about that more when we get there. Heaving is another one that's been kind of an emphasis recently across a number of different federations, basically referring to upward thrust after the barbell has been allowed to further sink into the chest. So you get the press command, and if you then allow the barbell to sink any further and then begin the upward push of it, that tends to draw a heaving call. Not always, though, because many lifters simply just thump that thing down directly into the center of their chest and really kind of smack it off the sternum anyway. And then as long as at some point the referee can determine the bar was motionless, well, that's still a legal lift. That one's difficult for everyone, lifters and officials alike. Carson Spradlin, 115 to open for him. Taking roughly a maximum grip width. We'll talk about grip in a moment. Here's your start commands. Ooh, that's pretty. Carson trains out of Able Body Fitness. His coach, Luke Weimer. Luke coaching both him as well as Alex Sprague today. His best competition bench coming in was 107.5. Once more, that's a really good problem to have. to break your all-time PRs on the platform with your openers. Carson and Jason Forbes taking the same weight, 115. Then Joseph Valente is on deck. Matt Monarch is in the hole. Now, this is hilarious. Jason Forbes just popped up out of the crowd, was seated in the crowd, and said, "Oh, my bad, I'm kind of falling asleep here." But now he's ripping the sweatpants off, throwing his shoes. I've never seen this before. I've seen relaxed. I've seen maybe even some who are a little bit checked out if they've had kind of something in the meet not go their way. I've never seen somebody have to take the sweatpants off and put the shoes on in order to just get up to the table on time. Oh, but he's ready to go. The attempt timer's still at 15 seconds. All told, that was in no way a disaster. It's a pretty good press, too, all things considered. He does get the one yellow card on the red light from the middle. Again, probably a command issue. A few things that can mean. Obviously, if you begin to lower the bar before you get that start command, well, that's going to be cause for a no lift all around, and all three officials should red light that. Oh, you just had one of our plates drop to the deck. You might have heard it on our crowd mic. Didn't quite make the weight tree. Let me tell you, folks, 25 kilos is not light. You cannot toss it around like a Frisbee. And watch your toes when they are falling. But other causes for disqualification of the bench. Again, on any of the three disciplines, if you do have the up and down where the bar at any point appreciably dips before it begins another upward motion, that will be cause for a disqualification. If you press before you begin that press command and jump the gun, as it were, on that, or if you throw it back into the rack right away before you get the rack command, any of those are causes for a DQ of the lift. Big benches all the way on out. Here's Joseph Valente on 130, 286 and change. And smooth as butter, three whites. Matt Monarch, Justin Corley, and Brock Rue are throwing weight around. 140, 142.5, and 145. Get our rack heights adjusted once more. You got chalk all over the bench now. A number of lifters have opted for it. Not in any way a requirement, but it is an option to chalk the t-shirt and the singlet, and really, if you wanted to, every part of the back. You even see some lifters chalk the backside, as it were. And now we want to talk about grip again as Matt is sliding his hands along the rings of the barbell. That's how most people will tend to set their landmarks on where they take their grip, is their position of the hands relative to the rings on the bar. Matt Monarch on 140 to open. Bingo. Matt's subtotal right now sitting at 347.5. That's the highest of everybody in this flight. Flight B, that's where we're at. It's Powerlifting America's No Frills 2. Here from Raw Strength in Kalamazoo, we roll on through. The last two bench openers are ready to come for this flight. Then we got two more attempts from everybody, and we'll have another 10-minute changeover before we get to the deadlifts. Further questions, feel free to drop them in the YouTube chat for us. Justin Corley on 142.5. He will, it looks like, take that max grip width as well. You get to have your index fingers all the way to the rings. They have to be at least in contact with those. Wow, it took him a while to press that out to get the start command. Look at the shakiness in the arms. But then some people just find it when they're back up against that wall and they feel the weight. They just hit another gear. There was some reason for concern up until the press. Rocky before that point. Justin Corley and his coach over at the table right now. You'll see him in a bit of discussion. I wonder if they're talking about, hey, maybe you don't need to take all three of your attempts. See if he does have any designs of scratching. It's his prerogative after incredibly effective and big openers. Brock Rue, good morning, 145 kg. The heaviest bench is an opener. It's a good issue to have, especially for all these teenagers out here. Oh my, more in the tank. Brock Rue, 145, money. With a decent little belt flick too. He does elect to wear the belt. You get the option on the bench press of the belt or not. In fact, with all three disciplines, you have the option. It's just there are lifters who think that the belt may limit their spinal extension, basically, and hinder their arch. That all crucial shape that allows them, in most cases, to somewhat minimize range of motion, keep the shoulders nice, healthy, and happy, and press in a smooth, compact, efficient stroke. These are the second bench attempts coming. Brock Rue has now scratched his next two bench attempts as well, so he just needs his openers apparently. Maybe exactly the same thing, that he was just looking to qualify for an invite to the Powerlifting America Michigan Invitational. Seth Pollard missed his opener at 90 on commands. Goes for 95, and that's perfect. Works for us. So fewer and fewer attempts as we go along because of the scratches, and we likely will have the same thing with deadlift for a number of our female competitors. Pawnita Jones, Brittany Minkowitz, Tatiana Flott have done the exact same thing for their squats and benches, as they've only taken openers and then said, yeah, that's all we need. We just needed to post a total in an official meet. James Tinney, retake 105. Zach Charneski, Alex Sprague, and Jackson Ambergy will be up next. James has got that good tempo. What do I always tell you? That tends to get you a quicker press command. 3 whites. You've got to practice how you play. The commands in training can be so easy to kind of fudge when you control all of your own timing and you control the length of your pause and all that. You begin to anticipate that timing when you get up there on the platform, and some will tend to jump the press command most of the time, and then they'll wonder, well, what the heck did I do? I've been training all this way, and my press feels so strong, and the weight feels light in my hands. Yeah, that's all well and good, but you can't control your press. You can only control taking that bar all the way down to your chest and doing what you've got to do to get it motionless. Then the referees are going to give you that press whenever they should see fit. Zach Charneski, 110. That may be as quick an opener as we've seen all day long, including some of those just taking the, 30 kg openers to qualify. Alex Sprague, Jackson Ambergy, Jason Forbes, your next 3 up. If our math holds up, we've got 16 more bench press attempts for the whole day. It's 11:16 a.m., folks. Once more, we won't speculate about what time we'll get you out of here. We won't jump the gun on just when we may get out of here, but doing well. Plenty of time taken on the setup. Alex Sprague, ready on the 110. Oh, boy, caught the sticking point from the Black Lagoon a couple of inches from lockout, and I think he's all the way through it. 1 red light from the center. Not to worry. That will pass. Jackson Ambergy will take 112.5. Jackson gave a very unusual answer when asked his favorite exercise that's not necessarily squat, bench, or deadlift related. He said glute spreads. To which we say, that is your prerogative. And in that same breath, we ironically say he wants to shout out his parents. And we want to shout him out for competing with glasses on. It is your prerogative. On 112.5, takes a while to drop his hips down. Looks like he got his rack height changed to where he wants it. Now, how does that affect the press going forward? Grindy. Left elbow a little bit tighter than the right. He's got it. All right, then. Within range to take a competition PR one more time. That was plus 2.5 to his best bench, but maybe if he even goes with the minimum jump, he could add another 2.5. It matters. Jackson did do exactly that. He put in 115 kg at the table, looking for the 5 on his best competition bench. Jason Forbes on 120. A little bit narrower. His hands not in contact with the rings. It's funny because I do think he has a ring on his left hand. If that's the wedding ring, man, dedication. He's got the 120. Carson Spradlin will take a bigger jump. That's one of the biggest jumps, in fact, that we've seen among all of our competitors here in the bench press. In fact, our heaviest jump overall was 12.5 kilos. Across everybody in both flights, that was Tate Van Essen from his first to his second. Tate would finish second among his flight in terms of just the heaviest benches there. Cale Powers, all everything Mr. Schoolcraft, with the 140 kg bench for the best of his flights. Carson Spradlin on 125. Joseph Valente due up will go over 300 pounds with the 137.5 in a few. Two of those red round things. The competition collars in the 20 kg Rogue Ohio Power Bar. Count it all up. 125 kg for Carson Spradlin. Oh, yeah. Easy enough to officiate. Now, we've been wrong before. Trust us. But that's good enough. Too white. And now we get over 300 pounds. We've waited for it. The weight's been worth it. Here for the flight. Joseph Valente, Matt Monarch, Justin Corley, all with chances to go way over that. Left wrist wanted to be tricky on him. Looks good from where we sat. That's 3 whites. Gonna come over to the table. He's probably thinking that is heavier than I wanted for my opener, meaning it moved a little bit slower than he wanted, that is to say. But if it's a minimum jump or if it's 5 kilos, those still probably either one of them makes sense and will likely have something left in the tank. His deadlift opener is put in at 205 kilos. It's just something to think about. You don't want to gas yourself too much because if you really have to pull for the win or pull for a certain total, a number that you're looking for, you'd like to have as much gas in the tank as you can for it. Matt Monarch on 147.5. It's getting huge on the bench press. Ooh, I thought we had the ups and downs. Let's find out. We don't have always the best view. Yeah, all 3 judges saw the same. 3 red lights, all with blue cards. Up and down. Can't do it for any of those 3 disciplines. Cause for red lights on any of them. Justin Corley on 152.5. Again, the guy weighed in at 95.35 kg this morning, way closer to the 93 class than to the 105, and is just dominating everybody. Again, I'm told he's 16 years of age, and then my eyes are trying to argue against that. Subtotal already sits at 395. This will take it to 405. Oh, forget about it. There's nothing that really makes a whole lot of sense about that. I wonder, is he going to scratch his third?
I would like that or. Well, I know. Yeah. Bars loaded! Set. The 162.5.
165. Thank you.
Seth Pollard comes back out. Seth is on the bench here with 102.5 kg loaded. Black, green, silver, red, not necessarily in that order. Count it all up, though. It's 105 kg. Creepy and Crawley. I think so. What do you think? Oh, man, he must have got the up and down, too, on his right side. Oh, the humanity. We thought that was going to pass for certain. Thankfully, he got the middle of his 3 attempts. He's still set up to post a total. Seth has a 277.5 kg subtotal right now. That total is 611 pounds and change. Jackson Ambergy already has a competition best secured in his bench. He wants 2.5 kg more, and why not?
Go, Jackson! This is it! This is it! Let's go! Come on! 3 for 3 out that face. Let's go.
As Jackson Ambergy sets up, this 115 is a weight that he knows well. Took this at Powerlifting America. Irongeddon 2 was unsuccessful. Gets another shot here. This is raw strength, no frills 2. Got the PR already tanked up. Let's see if he's got just 2.5 more in him for the bench. Shaky and quaky. But what is left to give for Jackson Ambergy? Pressing for PR. It looks like it could be. And yes, he got it. I think he lost his headphones when he went to celebrate. His coach was trying to pass them back to him, and Jackson was not having that. He said, hey, busy. Third benches. These are the final bench press attempts of the day. James Tinney, Alex Sprague will take the same weight here at 115. Zach Charneski in the hole at 117.5. Remember, James Tinney missed his first one. Came back and did get 1 red light, but passed his second. This is 115. It's plus 10. Oh, it's not going to come off the chest, but a couple of inches maybe. That local fatigue of those prime movers, being namely the chest and the triceps in the bench press, really catches up. And when you see that kind of lift, where it just nearly didn't budge off the chest at all, it's almost certain that is just the local fatigue of the chest accumulating too much. And really when you had to struggle with that first attempt and then weren't able to complete it, although you did have a command issue in there, that saps those fibers of the chest. Once more, those prime movers. Alex Sprague to move the subtotal up to 300 kg. We like the nice round numbers around here. Taking a 115 bench to throw 5 on, and he should have all of that and more. And a great debut day he's working on. Welcome to the sport of powerlifting. To begin as a junior at the raw age of just 18 years of age, you have such a high ceiling if you get into it and you develop those habits in training right now. You have quality session after quality session that you try to stack on top of each other. And you have patience. You gain the ability to play the long game and zoom out and not get too caught up in any one minute detail of training. It all adds up and compounds just like interest month to month. Zach Charneski on 117.5. Oh, man. You might have blinked and missed it. Makes us think by watching that he could have taken dramatically bigger jumps and still gone just as fast on a third bench. His jumps were 5 kilos from his first to his second and then 7.5 from his second to his third. It's not that that's an abnormal total number to go up or not. It's just that watch that again and see how light it was and think, oh, well, yeah, maybe he could have eked out more to it. Carson Spradlin on 132.5. Then Joseph Valente and Jason Forbes back-to-back on 145. Carson Spradlin, 132.5 for his final bench. It's plus 7.5 to what he hit from the second. That's usually in the range of a maximum comfortable jump. But I like it, and I think that might work. We just need lights. Give it to us. Yes. Bingo. Carson was one of those junior and open entrants. You have the option, no matter what weight class or what age division rather you're in, to enter open as well as whichever other division you belong in and compete among the entrants of those classes. Joe Valente on 145. I love his strategy here of taking linear jumps. 130 to 137.5 to 145. Joe's all steady on that start command. Here it comes. A long, long pause, and that might have just sunk the ship. What did we say about training? And if you don't control the length of your own pause, when you get to competition day, it's going to feel different. And it is in almost every case going to feel harder than how you train yourself. Joe Valente a little bit shorts on the 145. Jason Forbes will take this same weight. Now he's making an insane jump. We are shaking our heads and prying our eyes open, making sure we're seeing this right, from 120 to 145. 25 kg, usually a ridiculous jump for your deadlift, let alone for your bench. But if 25 more doesn't faze you, are you even human? Well, maybe a little bit. He had to dump that, and good save from the side spotters. Back-to-back attempts there at 145. A little bit heavy for Joe Valente and Jason Forbes. Matt Monarch, 147.5, comes next. And Justin Corley, where he's been the entire day so far, at the very bottom of the flights. getting a little bit more nutty as we go along. That 147.5 is 325 and some change for Matt Monarch. Ain't no joke for the 105s. Oh, the third benches are tricky. When you look back at Flight A, you realize just how tricky they were. You only had 2 successful third bench attempts, Sophia Brown and Kale Powers. At the very bottom, or near the very bottom, with Kale Powers being second to last, but he did have the heaviest bench of the whole flight. And then Sophia Brown having the lightest bench of that flight. Everybody in the middle with red lights next to their third bench. Once more, follow along with all of our live results on liftingcast.com and search for the Powerlifting America No Frills 2 competition. Justin Corley on 162.5 kg. This is absurd. If you're doing the math there, that's 358 and change. 16 years of age, by the way, sub-junior. Ooh, long press command. I think that's going to sink the ship. And he had the ups and downs too, yeah. Great catch by Grace on the right side. Justin out of gas. 2 10-kilo jumps is a ton on the bench. You can't always expect that you're going to be able to eke that out. His subtotal, however, sits at 405 kg. Way, way beyond anybody else for the highest subtotal so far. Once again, that is the sum of your best squat plus bench. Best bench registered so far. Easy for us to say, folks. Can you tell that we are nearing that 3-hour mark? But that will wrap up the bench press discipline. We're going to have another changeover of 10 minutes. Take this brief intermission. Go get yourself a drink, a snack, stretch your legs, and then we'll come back and do it one more time. The deadlifts coming up, and then we'll get you out of here for Powerlifting America's No Frills 2 here from Raw Strength in Kalamazoo. Tanner White, so glad to be with you, and we'll be back in a few for the deadlifts. Don't go anywhere.
That's a nice effort, but there's nothing I can eat. All got mayonnaise. 10 minutes started already? I have no idea. I'll come over there. Yeah, I'll right now. Sandwiches are here. Nice effort, but it all has mayonnaise, so I can't eat any of it. Sorry. Chips and donuts. I mean, there's only one of my lunch. How long is it going to take to get your deadline?
Maybe it's a 10 minutes timer. We will begin deadlifts at 11:47. And then there's Gatorades and waters and chips and stuff. But
It's a great way to get along. That's not gonna matter. Okay, is that the one in yeah, yeah, okay. I'll be there too. Watching. That was pretty solid. Then I was like, I used to talk to that. I'm afraid. Now I just, even though I don't like them, I just keep that. Yeah. In all seriousness, though, thank you for providing food.
I try not to start.
There were more people with their pets over there. Can I change an opener?
You sure can.
Yeah.
What would you like to hold?
Hold on to 210.
210.
It's on that.
All right, we are ready to get started. We got new doubles up first.
Fire's loaded.
All right, bar is loaded.
Hey, folks, welcome back, and we are live for the deadlifts. That's one of the quickest opening attempts one will ever see. So welcome back. If you're just joining us here, we are on to the deadlifts. That's our final discipline of the day. We have just 3 attempts for each lifter left out of both of our flights. Flights A and B, we creatively call them. That very first attempt from Pawnita Jones was on 70 kg. Once more, she's going to scratch her last 2. Just needed a total from a qualifying meet. Brittany Minkowitz does the same thing here. It's funny, you have 2 red lights that came in from the center. Our head referee now making a change. I think he has just said mea culpa, and he's just said, okay, I think I entered that wrong. Didn't mean to give you guys reds. Tatiana Flott sauntering out. I think singing or talking to herself for pulling on the 70 kg. Just a single command on the deadlift, and it's very audible right now. We appreciate our referee giving that to us. That one single command that you got to listen for is down. Once more, our referee jumped the gun a little bit. He said, oh, bar is loaded, but in fact, it wasn't quite yet. No worries. Happens to the best of us. Sophia Brown is up with 85 kg. She's the first one taking, we presume, all 3 attempts. She did bomb out on the squats earlier, so won't post an official total. However, had a really good bench day with all that considered, going 3 for 3. Missing, believe, just 1 or 2 lights. Yeah, she had a single red light from her right on her 3rd bench. Logan Schramm awaits on deck after this attempt here from Sophia Brown with 95 kilos, and then Elena Evans with 115. It already starts getting real heavy. Bar now loaded for Sophia Brown on 85 kg. Opts for the sumo technique. We'll tell you all about different deadlift techniques and stances as we go along. And the opener for Sophia Brown is money. So that sumo deadlift stance, what does it refer to? It's the position of the hands essentially relative to the legs. And it tends to, for most people, be a much, much wider stance. The opposite or the opposing stance is the conventional deadlift with the hands outside of the legs. Sophia Brown has put in just a 2.5 kg jump. That's the minimum change from 85 to 87.5 kg. Bar now loaded for Logan Schramm. Logan is a conventional deadlifter herself. Once more, the hands placed outside of her legs. With the narrower stance here. Does practically a library deadlift. What you'll find with some lifters who choose to control to the nth degree that descent of the bar, you don't have to fully, slowly lower it down there. You just have to have the hands maintain contact with the bar up until the moment that it touches the ground as you set it back to the earth.
Come on, Lena.
Elena Evans taking just a moment to center herself. She'll also opt for the sumo technique on 115 and count it. You'll notice her hips start much lower than the average sumo competitors. Many will say your advantage to start with the hips as high as possible. Yes and no. Your advantage, too, of course, for every single athlete, use the technique which is most comfortable and strongest for you. Elena has now put in a 10-kilo jump from her first to her second. You may see bigger jumps than that as we go along. The deadlift for most competitors makes up the largest proportion of their total, and so you can eke out more if you need it, if and when you need it. Sarah Kruger, 117.5 kg. Good looking belt flick, too. That was practiced. Sarah Kruger's deadlift best was set at the Powerlifting America Umbra Classic at Umbra Strength over in Shelby Township on the east side. Easy for us to say. Sorry, folks, we have officially crossed the 3-hour mark on the stream. This is how you know. You've been with us for all 3 hours, 1 minute, and now 18 seconds and counting. We cannot thank you enough. Once more, welcome, and you're looking live inside Raw Strength here in Kalamazoo. Meet director Alicia Lewis, bringing you Powerlifting America's No Frills 2. The second iteration of No Frills. And it's just what you see here. Don't have the medals, don't have all the pomp, the circumstance. Got just yours truly, bunch of lifters, referees. Christine Cranford on 150 kg, 7.5 under her all-time best deadlift, set at her last meet, the West Michigan Classic. Tremendously long arms, always thought of as an advantage in the deadlift. Does take a little bit longer to stabilize. It's not going to be her best opener. It is a big old number at 150. She had a nice little celly. We hope that gets caught on camera as she comes off. Well done, though, Christine Cranford. John Valpotic. You haven't been with us so far. We'll tell you that the man is, once more, 72 years of age and still doing it, still getting better. He needs just this opener to post a total. His projected total right now is 377.5. That just adds the lifter's subtotal and their first deadlift. Should they complete their deadlift opener successfully, then you'll see that total sit at that same number as their forecasted total. John Valpotic, 72 years in and still getting better. That's iron mastery that can only be attained through decades of that honest, hard work. Opt for the hook grip technique, too, on the deadlift, which is the first competitor we've seen do that. There's a number of different schools of thought about the hook grip. The first one is, it is absurdly painful. For some, it is simply too painful to be tenable. Basically, the hook grip is an internal rotation of the wrist, and with the thumb on each hand curled in toward the palm, the barbell will sit between that flat surface of the thumb and the two fingers to the left of it, the two fingers next to it, rather, the pointer and middle fingers draped over, and the barbell sitting in between those surfaces. Feels, a lot of people say, like you are strapped to the bar with lifting straps. Also, some people say feels like you're going to rip your thumbs straight off. That's sometimes the risk that you run. Tate Van Essen on 250 kilos, a huge opener of 551 pounds and change. What are these sub-juniors on, man? This guy's 82.7 kg. Ooh, that's a tricky opener. You wonder if there's a ton of room to go up. We speculate maybe not, but still. His subtotal was 362.5. He just put a huge jump on his total with the 612.5 is where it sits now. Once more on all of these live results to see all of your forecasted totals and placings and current placings within each class and division, go to liftingcast.com and look for the Powerlifting America No Frills 2 meet. Your code for this one is 2026 MI01, meaning the first Powerlifting America meet of 2026 here in the great state of Michigan. We've told you that Pawnita Jones, Brittany Minkowitz, and Tatiana Flott are all scratching. They completed that 70 kg that they needed to have a qualifying total for the Powerlifting America Michigan Invitational. And now they're chilling. They're suiting up with the Team F3X sweats on. And PJ Jones looking on, watching Sophia Brown pull on 87.5. One of the most emphatic down calls you'll ever see. And it takes away all the guesswork from it. I like it. Thank you very much, Mr. Head Referee. Sophia Brown, her first 2 deadlifts are good. So she's 5 out of 5 beyond the squats. Logan Schramm on 107.5. Our youngest competitors today, Justin Corley, Logan Schramm herself, and Tate Van Essen, 16, 16, and 17 years old, respectively. Logan Schramm on that 107.5. Once more, you're going to oh so audibly hear those down commands each and every time. And Logan Schramm has the deadlift PR on her second attempt. 102.5 coming in was that previous best set at Powerlifting America Irongeddon 2. Elena Evans heading out under the barbell. Elena, oh, so nice and smooth. Has that 125 in the bag. And if she puts in 10 more, even 15 more, I don't think we would object at all. Her squat best was 140. Like we mentioned, on average, competitors will have a little bit more of their total made up from their deadlift than they will from their squat, but not everyone. That's largely down to individual leverages. Yours truly has always had a squat that's just a hair better than my deadlift, whether I like it or not. Sarah Kruger, hype on 127.5 as she comes back out to stalk this barbell and now attack, tying the competition best. Would you have known it by the speed and the confidence? Stephen Emmett, her meet day handler, taking care of her as well as Jackson Ambergy on the day. Christine Cranford, oh, she put in a 160 piece. We knew she was having a good day. Knew she had already set a big squat PR, had equaled the bench best, then just missed on the third attempt for bench to set one more PR. And she's grooving on deck. See if we can get her in the shot real quick. A little bit more dialed in now is Christine. All right, then. Even if you are not ready for the day, it cannot always be night. Bar loaded for Christine Cranford with 160 kg for the competition PR. Christine's 160 Here it comes. Competition best. Could go down right here with more to be had. See you later. Took a few moments, took a sip, took a bite, allegedly. Now John Velpotic out for deadlift number 2. John wants 175 kgs here. It's so smooth. Mr. Silver Fox. What time is it? That was beautiful. John is still struggling to unlatch the prong belt. Felt that, man. You can really cinch those for many lifters tighter than you ever could with a lever belt. Although the lever is a little bit more, ergonomical, can be flicked open, obviously, a little bit easier. Also tends to be the less cost-effective option. Tate Van Essen, 265 kilos. That is positively absurd. 584 pounds and some change. Tate Van Essen's barbell right now carries 4 reds and a blue. With the competition collars and the 20-kilo Rogue Ohio Power Bar, make it 265 keys. Way beyond 3 times body weight. And that's going to float, man. We thought he had issues on the opener. Problem solved. 3 whites. Bottom of the flight, you know what that means? That means you're the heaviest deadlifter. He already knew that, and it is continuing to be evident. We'll turn it back up to the top of the flight in just a moment with Sophia Brown on 92.5 kg. Sophia Brown on deadlift, number 3 on 92.5 kg. And picture perfect. So maybe squats just kind of not your event. But everything else was 6 for 6, just about immaculate. Well done for Sophia Brown there. 92.5 deadlift to end it. Went a little bit over 200 pounds, just for good measure. Approaching 3 hours and a quarter or so. Thanks once again for everybody that's been here with us throughout the day. You're the reason that we do this. For all of the competitors' families that weren't able to make it today, family and friends and supporters, coaches, we thank you oh so much for your effort to get your athletes here. Logan Schramm on 110 kg with the lifetime PR already secure. Tack on 2.5 more. Boom. Another career day. At Logan Schramm's age, you can just continue to stack those huge wins meet after meet. At some point, the progress slows. At some point, you hit a wall, your first plateau perhaps, and you start to think, maybe this is a little bit harder than I thought. But not yet for her. These are the final deadlift attempts of Flight A. We have Elena Evans, Sarah Kruger, CC, Christine Cranford, John Velpatic, and Tate Van Essen still to pull. Tate has put in a 280 kilo third deadlift. Oh, stop it, knock it off. Sarah Kruger waits on deck. Elena Evans on 137.5 kg for a +5 lifetime best. She's got it. Got it. Good. Never a better time for a competition best than to cap it off with that third deadlift. It's something animalistic. There's a basic instinct in us that tells us I must load a PR for the third deadlift every time. Sarah Kruger coming out. Stephen Emmett in her ear will not settle for anything less than this monster PR attempt. Sarah Kruger lean back. Wait on the commands on 140. A 140 bomb drops. That was atomic. Took a 10 kilo jump for the first. Sure, you see that on deadlifts. But 12 and a half from the second to the third. Booyah. Bench wasn't everything she wanted, but gets squat and deadlift PRs. And so will PR the total, 327.5 kgs for Sarah Kruger. That is a 20 kilo PR to her total from the Umbra Classic in August. Christine Cranford, 162.5. Is this a little preview of what we may see at Collegiate Nationals? What we do know is it would be +5 on her all-time competition best. Cece, you got a couple more inches to go. And find every last one of them. That may have taken the cake as our favorite grind of the day. Christine Cranford, 162.5. That's the heaviest deadlift of all our women's competitors. And it comes on the last attempts that she will take here for no frills too. We got 2 more to pull still for Flight A, and then Flight B with our lifters, 3 attempts. That'll take us home. John Velpatic, at 72 years of age, to put on one more incredible display of what a lifetime of strength can do for you. It's stalled at the knees. And that should create a bigger round of applause than anybody else today. 185. Are you deadlifting 400 plus into your 70s, folks? An 83 competitor, by the way. That's no super heavyweight. That's no 120. Very much a middleweight guy. John already had the 140 third squat after missing his second on 137.5. So there was plenty on the total that was left in question. Hit his 72.5 bench. The third bench stalled just an inch or two below lockout at 77.5, and then we'll settle for the second deadlift as well of 175. Now, Tate Van Essen, it's about to get positively redonkulous. This is 285 kgs. Here's the thing about Tate, though. One of the absolute best deadlifters in terms of teenagers this sport's ever seen. A 292.5 kg pull is his all-time best. That was at USPA Tested Nationals. Was a 75 kilo competitor there. He's up to 83 now here in Powerlifting America. 280 kgs on the bar. Pardon us, we said 285 earlier. Tate Essen gives a couple of tugs. Now ready for the 280 kg pull. It leapt off the floor. Lockout. Your only question. Oh, missed it. Oh, before the down command, Tate lost the handle. Oh, that may be. It's tough because you still have Justin Corley to pull, and he might have a chance if he should hit just beyond his opener to top that. You're going to say he had a chance for the heaviest deadlift of the day. Oh, you can't take anything away from a 265 pull for a sub-junior. Tate's 265 kgs is still, we're doing the math right here, 90 kg better than anybody else in the flight. John Velpotic at 72 years of age was second in that flight. I think more than anything, that speaks to the fact that strength has no age. From the ages of 16 to 72. Seth Pollard. Nice, quick, and clean opener. His meet day handler, Jimmy Perucci, is going to come and tell him, I think you're done. He says, hey, go and shake everybody's hands there. I wonder, is that in fact what they're thinking is they're going to scratch the last two? Or is it just a respect thing to tell him, hey, after every attempt, you should go? Honestly, not 100% sure. We'll find out in a moment. Jimmy Perucci is still at the table talking about what Seth Pollard wants to do. Okay, so we put in a 12.5 kg jump. Never mind. His day is not done. Alex Sprague opening on 160. That's real close to his squat opener of 165 where he had the mishap. Alex Sprague on the 160. Haven't gotten to talk hardly at all about baby powder, but it is pretty evident. We're still waiting on his lights, but now they're all white. Anyway, so what you will see caked onto some lifters' legs, no matter whether they pull sumo or conventional, that white powder, it's baby powder. You find those lifters who will sort of drag their hand up the leg as the hand runs into the leg and creates a lot of friction that will impede the bar's lockout. Those who really heavily cake with the baby powder say, yeah, it does help the bar glide a little bit better on the legs and not get stuck quite so often. James Tinney will not elect to use it. James will pull 175 to open. A Masters 2 competitor, age of 49. Once more, emphatic with the down commands. 175 is perfect. Jason Forbes, Jackson Ambergy, and Joseph Valente going to be your next three up. Jackson is a standout deadlifter out of the 74s. He's going to open with 205, as will Joseph Valente. However, Joseph 4 weight classes up. Jason Forbes on that 190. Ooh, that wants to fight him. I think the hips are going to be the one question. All right, so he gets one red, and it came from his left. I think that Ryan Lay over there is saying, I don't believe his hips were fully locked. You got to have the hips and the knees fully extended, standing erect. Ideally, you want the shoulders back too to make that real clear that all of those things are happening at once. Again, only the single command that you'll hear on the deadlift, the only thing that the lifter needs to listen for is down. If you jump that down command or you lose grip before you get it, if you let the bar go up at the top and don't guide it all the way down to the floor with your hands, you'll be red lighted. Jackson Ambergy, heavily baby powdered up, opening on 205 kg. Still in the range of a big total PR. Starts with getting this opener here. The technical execution you could watch all day long. Belt flick 2. And his WMUPL teammates looking on. That's the Western Michigan University powerlifting team. Joseph Valente on the 205. A little bit wider of a grip for him. Some lifters opt to take the narrower grip thinking, well, this barbell does flex a little bit at a certain weight, and I suppose if it flexes and the weight wants to pull, or the gravity wants to pull the weight downward, then probably gripping it narrower would give us the shortest possible range of motion that we can. There's probably a little bit to be gleaned from that. There's almost just as much to be gleaned, though, from having the barbell at the lowest possible point in the fingers. Gravity always wants it to roll down as far as it can into the hand, so you may as well start with it there so it doesn't have far to roll. Matt Monarch on 210 kg. That is picture perfect. Zach Charneski coming up next. And we are way beyond 400 pounds. The moment that we got to Jason Forbes, every attempt from that point onward was going to be 400 plus. And you'll see a whole lot more of that, like you might imagine, for the second attempts. Everyone besides Seth Pollard will be over 400 pounds right now. And Seth could get there with a real decent jump of probably in the neighborhood of 15. If we're seeing this attempt right that Jimmy Perucci put in at the table for Seth, it's 167.5. Seth would need 182.5 in kilos to go over 400 in pounds. It's funny, you talk to so many competitors, and they're actually only able to really give you their numbers as they know them in pounds. They don't know, even though on competition day you compete in kilos. Zach Charneski, oh, that was unnervingly fast. The guy in the low top Vans is smoking that 215. That's more than twice body weight for his opener. Runs his total right now to 520 kilos. Bar now loaded for Carson Spradlin. 3 more deadlift openers to go. Carson, Brock Rue, and Justin Corley in that order. 220 kg. He will set his hook grip too. Again, the thumb's always in the line of fire when you choose this technique. That's some of the cleanest and most efficient pulling you'll ever see. Now is where it gets a little bit scary. Brock Rue has only needed his openers so far for the total he was looking for. A junior 105. Should he complete just this opener for deadlift, he's at 595 kilos. If he wants to pull for a deadlift PR, then that's totally his prerogative. He could just say, oh, yeah, I've got a squat and a bench number up on the board that kind of take me within range, and then I can absolutely let it all hang on deadlifts. Or he could just take this opener, and it's still almost 500 pounds for him on his deadlift. Good issue to have. He will opt for the mixed grip in his sumo technique. Oh, yeah, that's an opener. To be utterly sure. And I think he just said peace out. Many lifters' favorite word, in fact, scratch. That's all he's going to take. His openers, his squat and his deadlift match at 225 keys. His bench is 145. And even then, he was right down towards the bottom of the flight with each of those. 595 kilos for Brock Rue. Justin Corley on 265 to open. I am entirely unnerved. That matches the heaviest deadlift of the day from Tate Van Essen. Justin knows he's got more in the tank. The only question is how much. Technically, there's one more consideration that could be in the back of each of their minds, Tate and Justin, and that's best lifter standings as measured by your DOTS score. For those unfamiliar, a good DOTS score, one will often say, begins roughly in the neighborhood of 400. A elite national level lifter expects about 500, and typically for almost all competitors, 600 DOTS score is world record, just beyond unattainable. DOTS meaning Dynamic Object Team Rating System. Seth Pollard on 167.5 with the 12.5 jump has still got way more in the tank. One quick note on footwear. Jimmy Perucci will go and put in probably a decent jump for him again at the table. He knows that that's light. And so, Jimmy, we're going to recommend that he put some weight on the bar. 400? I recommend that, Jim. Right on. So Jimmy Perucci and I are all on the same page. I think it's likely that Seth Pollard is going to take 182.5. That would also bring him over 1,000 pounds for his total. Seth is still a junior, just 21 years of age. That's exactly what he did. Put 182.5 on there. 460 kilos should he complete that lift. James Tinney, second deadlift attempt here, 185 kilos. James sets his back, pulls pretty quick once he gets down there. No wasted movement and no wasted time in the setup. 3 whites. It's plus 10 on his deadlift. Alex Sprague is jumping 25 here. Wow. Makes our head referee's job, that is, much easier when two lifters have the same weight. Essentially, the moment the other guy sets it down, he says, okay, bar is loaded. Because indeed it is. Alex Sprague on 185. That's money. We're going to do the officiating for you on that one. I'll take this. I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. I thought that one was going to be pretty easy. Jason Forbes, then Jackson Ambergy. And we are seeing that Jackson put in a competition best deadlift for his second attempts. That ought to be fun. And if he really floats that, if he really moves the second one fantastically well, one begins to wonder how much more is there? Is it a 225 with a minimum jump? You usually don't see a lot of minimum jumps for deadlift. Is it up as high as maybe 7.5? That would be plus 10 to his all-time best. Would he be able to get the second and third? Interesting thought. Jason Forbes on 205. Just chipping away, building the total with each and every successful attempt. Sits on 480 kg right now. This would take him to 495 kilos. It broke the floor real slow. I think that's going to stall by just a little bit. Yes, it is. Jason probably will retake. Again, those are your two options when you miss a lift. You can either retake at the exact same weight or you can go up by as little as 2.5 kilos. Still waiting for his attempt to populate. That's exactly what he wants. He wants to retake 205. Still, the 495 kilo total is his targets. Speaking of targets, Jackson Ambergy has one singular one right now. It's a plus 17.5 jump. It's a really big jump. And Josh Bowler nearly stumbled all the way over the deadlift jack. Brother, please be careful. But again, thank you for all of your work spotting and loading today. Everybody involved in this meet. It takes an army to bring you even these local meets. All right, Jackson, bring everybody up. It's time to bear witness, folks. Jackson Ambergy pulling for lifetime PR and 490 pounds and change, make it a 222.5. He should have it with ease. Has he practiced that walk off? That was good. That was coordinated, and he didn't miss a step. It's all well and good, but his handler, Stephen Emmett, is going to go and put in one more attempt for him. I speculate we're going to see 230. I think 230 is going to be the number. The minimum, I think that he would go is 227.5. That's what we got. So they know that 500-pound barrier. That's going to be 501 in pounds. Everything we saw from that attempt suggests for Jackson it's going to be there. Zach Charneski on 222.5. That guy's got what we call deadlift builds. You notice some, depending on the relative length of their arms to their total height and the length of their torso and things, will be more or less bent over in order to reach the bar off of the floor. Those who are the least bent over, it implies they have some of the longer arms. It's just always a starting position advantage. Now, a good starting position doesn't guarantee that anything goes right beyond that point, but it helps, gives you a better chance. And Zach has just put in a 235 kg deadlift for his third. Big number in the neighborhood of 518 pounds. Matt Monarch wants a 20 kilo jump. Like we said, the jumps are getting bigger and bigger. We have multiple 20 plus jumps coming right now in these next couple of attempts. Matt Monarch, once again, jumping 20 from 210 to 230. A lot of moving parts to his deadlift. I think that's good. He controlled it all the way down. He didn't even look at the lights. That's savage. Matt Monarch on 230. We keep rocking through the second deadlifts here. Joseph Valente jumps 27.5. That's absurd. And still pulled it without issue. You have to see a smaller jump from his second to his third. You just really kind of have to. But wow, that was incredibly convincing. 565 kg is his total as it sits. If you like the pound conversion still, that's 1245.6. The 1,000 pound barrier is somewhat of a mythical one for many lifters, especially in lighter weight classes. And that starts at 455 kilos in terms of powerlifting standards and attainable powerlifting numbers. Carson Spradlin, 242.5. He jumps 22.5. Pulls slack. Bar left up. Flips his toes in to save them from impending doom and pull the 242.5. He's got a 600 total right now. Weighed in at 86.9, by the way. Closer to the 83 than he did the 93. Oh, boy. Justin Corley. We knew he was going to take a big jump. I don't know if we knew that it would be 285. This would be a all-time competition best for him. Competed at the USPA Tested Michigan State Championships at just 15 years of age. He pulled 282.5. That was concerning enough on its own. That was 622.8 or so. This 285 is 628 pounds and change. Concerning what some of these teenagers are throwing around. Justin Corley, exclamation mark. Geez. One speculates he's got more in the tank. Total sits at 690. He was a sub-junior and an open entrant. You don't see that as often. Many of the juniors, when you begin to get close to your open years, they think, yeah, okay, I want some of that open competition. Maybe there are known good open competitors in my class, and I want to be competing directly against them, and so they'll choose to double enter. Sub-juniors are like, well, no, I'm a teenager. I'm very much still developing, and, you know, I kind of want to be compared to my peers, but not that guy, because he doesn't have any peers. Seth Pollard is going to go over 400 pounds on his deadlift, plus 1,000 pounds on his total, should he pull this 182.5. Set the hips, break the floor, crawl up, scream, let it all out, and polish off the day with one more monster PR. It was a 12.5 jump from the first to the second. You thought, okay, not unreasonable. 15 more from the second to the third. You often think, I don't know if that's going to work out. And Seth said, yeah, this is all I got. I'm going to empty the tank. Exactly what he did. People say don't chase numbers. Try and tell that to Seth right now. Well, folks, final flight, final attempts. From James Tinney to Justin Corley, we will get you on out of here. 12:37 p.m. here from Raw Strength here in Kalamazoo. Powerlifting America's No Frills 2 nearly ready to wrap. James Tinney pulling on the 190 to polish off his day. It wants to fight. James says no more of that. Oh, yeah. Beat red face. And he got everything he was going to get out of it. His total just a shade under 1,000 pounds at 445 kg. Alex Sprague, ready to head out. Only missed his opening squat out of everything so far. It looked like that could spell disaster. And then he's just completely figured it out. He never panicked. Talked over the game plan. Probably made some slight adjustments on what he thought he might be hitting for his final bench as well as his final deadlift. But it still takes him within range, if he completes this, of a 500 kilo total. That's half a metric ton. Alex Sprague on 200 kg to cap it off. Some of you know it as 441 pounds. Some of you know it as 3 reds, green, black. We know it as the third deadlift and the cap to a fantastic debut in the sport for Alex Sprague. Walk off tall with the 8 for 9 day, missing only the opener on squat. Jason Forbes, 205, will run his total to 495. Remember, he missed on his second. Broke the floor, stalled near his shin. Stephen Ambergy waiting, Stephen Emmett waiting on deck with Jackson Ambergy. I wonder if Jackson will take the back slaps or if he'll settle for just the smelling salts. You don't get to take those out on the platform, folks. Fun fact, those of you unaware, it's understood in the sport that, okay, athletes like to use that. They like to get that little hit of adrenaline perhaps that it may give. Or if it's just a placebo, something that you've been using for a training effect, no matter what it does for you physically, you're not allowed to take that on the platform. It's got to be in sort of your on-deck area and out of view of all of the spectators. Jason Forbes on 205. Missed once. Now do you have one more in you? Time to empty the tank, leave everything spent for 495 kgs to the total. It's the same deal. It's going to stall just toward the logo at the top of the sock. Not quite on the 205. When you take the 15 kilo jump and then you don't hit the second, you really only got one option, which is to retake it, and then you've already kind of drained yourself. Jackson Ambergy already has a little PR in the tank. He's got the chips stacked up. So house money here. Not how Jackson wants to think about it. For him, all about total, all about looking forward to nationals. Can get a whole bunch of progress right here. His best total coming in was 530 kg. This would take him to 545. Come on, everybody. Don't you feel it? Don't you want to get up and shout out loud for Jackson Ambergy? 5 more on the deadlift, and it's for plus 15 on the total, plus 500 pounds on the bar. Do you want it like he wants it? Are you not entertained? That was worth the price of admission, folks. For those of you wondering, that was $15 at the door. Zach Charneski. I don't know how you follow that. I don't know how you top that. But Jackson Ambergy polishing off the 545 kg total. Big PR total. Big deadlift PR. Got everything he was going to get out of today. Just missed that third squat. He'll have that in the back of his mind that, well, if I had another 5 on my total, it'd be 550. Yeah, but they called him for the up and down with the insane grind of that. Zach Charneski on 235. I got to talk to this guy as we were waiting in line for the restrooms. We all know how the restrooms at powerlifting events are, strength sports events of any kind. He said, I think I just want to try this sport and just see, am I any good? Well, yeah, I got news for you, buddy. That's 235 like feathers. And that's a 540 total. Once more, welcome to the sports. You might want to stick with it. Hopefully I get a chance to josh with him about that when we're done here today. Joseph Valente on 242.5 to move his total up to 575. This is plus 10. Remember, he took the monster jump from his first to second. It's 205 all the way up to 242.5 within 2 attempts. And I still think that there's more to be had. Hooting, hollering, and good lift. Three more deadlifts, folks, and the horizon nears. Matt Monarch on 245, Carson Spradlin on 252.5, and Justin Corley on a absurd, ridiculous 300. Matt Monarch sets his hands quick. His feet are wide. They're nearly touching his hands and his feet. And yeah, I just don't think his starting position was ideal for him. Barbell was moving around a little bit. It was bumping his shins. Just probably not. It's not about the strength. It's about, sometimes you got to find a technique that works for you and even be willing to make a little bit of adjustments, some may argue, on meet day. Our spotter there, Josh Bowler, taking a moment to scrape the barbell. You get lots and lots of chalk built up into the grooves of it, or the knurling, that rough part that so many of the lifters will grip on. Technically, you're allowed to grip inside of it, but gripping on what they call the smooth often doesn't give you your best hold. So you wipe those out, you clean the grooves off, and then each lifter comes up with their individual chalk. Carson Spradlin on 252.5 kg. It's getting ridiculous. Said his best competition pull coming in was 227.5. So forget all of that and throw 25 on. Why don't you? Come on, man. $610 kg. It's going to bring him to the third heaviest total of the day, and that's where he will finish no matter the result of this poll from Justin Corley. He'll be just behind Tate Van Essen at 627.5, but different classes. Carson, a 93, and Tate, an 83. That's what probably makes Tate Van Essen's total there even more impressive. Fun fact, 627.5, a total that yours truly knows quite well. In fact, that is above what I was able to total in my first competition as a Powerlifting America 83 and an open competitor. Folks, these are a bunch of teenagers. But you know how that one song goes from My Chemical Romance? Teenagers scare the living you-know-what out of me, especially when they throw on 300 keys. Oh, it's not quite there for the final attempt of the day, but a valiant effort on 300 kilos. He still pocketed the 285 and got his deadlift PR secured, plus the total of 690 to out-total everybody by as much as 62.5 ahead of Tate Van Essen for the second highest total all day long. 16 years of age, this guy. And the way that kids can grow like weeds when they just begin to get into the sport, they learn to fall in love with the barbell, and they learn that it is a long time, even a lifetime pursuit. You can do things like this for a while and continue to get better at that absurd, insane pace. Justin Corley comes up a little bit empty on that 300 kg pull, but still registers the heaviest deadlift of the day and the best total, 285 kilos for him, and 285 kilos on the deadlift. That is a plus 2.5 to his competition best, and 690 kg overall for his total. Jackson Ambergy, a fan favorite, pulling his first 500-pound deadlift here at 227.5, plus adding 15 to his total. So many fantastic debuts from guys like Zach Charneski, Alex Sprague, capping himself off with an even 500 kg. We love the round numbers there for a metric half a ton. A single bomb out. That was a really good showing from almost everybody. And you have just a couple of 9 for 9 showings. That's always one of those signs of what people tend to call a super meet if you go 9 for 9 with all of your PRs being hit. Zach Charneski gets one of those with a 540 kg total in his powerlifting debut. Carson Spradlin at 6'10", a super meet for him, 9 for 9. Brock Rue only needed his openers to get a 595 total as a 105 junior. Huge numbers for him. And then you had a couple of female lifters just qualifying, doing what they needed to do, and who we will likely see at the Powerlifting America Michigan Invitational here at Raw Strength in the last weekend of September. Kale Powers with the heaviest bench out of Flight A at 140 as a bench-only competitor. And that just about wraps it. We should get going, folks. It has been such a pleasure, and we cannot thank you enough for joining us. Tanner White, so happy to have been alongside you here for Powerlifting America's No Frills 2. We'll take a moment to talk with our meet director, Alicia Lewis, and see if we are ready to come off air or if we will cover all of the award ceremonies for you. But awards will be coming soon. Once more, you can find all of your final results and support your best lifter and ooh and awe over their numbers as they prepare for their Instagram recaps real soon. Go to liftingcast.com and look for Powerlifting America No Frills 2. We bid you adieu, at least for the moment. And if it is goodbye, then thank you once more to everybody for joining us. Always such a pleasure. Tanner White from Raw Strength here in Kalamazoo. It's been Powerlifting America's No Frills 2. Thanks so much, and we hope to see you again soon.
Do I want it running for the? Yeah, unless you're like bringing it up. Yeah, no, you can do that.
So what is going as far as singing goes? Well, we're gonna do a war, but yeah. Carson, get the hair real quick. Here's the middle. All right, Carson. Okay, that's a good one. There's. Yeah, that's real quick.
My coach is like, hey, update your shit. So I can update your shit. Oh, y'all had Jimmy John. I'm going to tonight. It's Jimmy John's crazy. I'm mad they stopped putting the break. Alfalfa, little sprouts here. I'm mad they stopped with the bean sprouts. Wow. All right.
I put it on the chair with Will's coat. When I looked, his coat and the hoodie were missing. So I thought he moved my hoodie. He said he put my hoodie back on the chair when he moved his coat. But when I looked, it was gone. So
I grab shit all the time. Have her ask me.
I'm going to say thank you to everyone, first of all. So for those of you that don't know me, I'm Allie Lewis. I'm the main director for Powerlifting America in Michigan. I run all of the Powerlifting America meets in the state. I am very grateful to all of you for coming out for this. This is our no frills meet, which means there's no meat shirts, there's no medals, but we're going to be giving you certificates. And yeah, it's just that kind of our way to kick off the season here. So let's go ahead and get started with awards. All right. Up first, women's raw junior 84 kg class. First place, Tatiana Flood.
I worked so hard.
1, 2, 3.
With her total, a little less than her typical.
All right, now we're gonna move on to women's raw open. Up first, women's raw open 63 kg class. In second place was Brittany Minkowitz.
She's not here. We'll take it.
All right,
We'll take it for her. Thank you.
all right, women's raw.
I think Josh should be everybody that isn't here.
Women's raw
You can
open
just be up there and be
63
Brittany.
kg class. First place, Christine Baker. All right, women's raw open 76 kg class. First place, Sarah Kubrick.
Sit close. I'm glad they stand in.
Great job, Sarah. All right, up next we have women's raw open 84 kg plus. In second place, Anya Jones. And in first place, we have Elena Evans.
Hug them real close.
I thought you were handed it to me.
Hey, look, I work here now.
Just kidding.
There we go.
Oh,
I'm gonna.
please take serious. Let's meet up.
All right, great job, ladies. All right, we have women's raw sub junior 63 kg class. First place, Logan Schramm. Yes, you have to stand on the podium.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna move on to the men now. Men's raw junior 74 kg class. First place, Jackson Amberby. Great job, Jackson. Men's raw junior 93 kg class. In second place, we have Alex Sprigg. And in first place, Carson Spradlin. All right, men's raw junior 105 kg class. In first place, Brock Rue. He left. All right. Men's raw junior 120 kg class, Seth Pollard. Who's next?
Yep, there you go.
All right. We're going to move on to the men's masters classes. So masters divisions start at 40 years old, and every 10 years they go up a level. We're going to start with men's raw masters 105 kg class. We actually had two guys in this fight. So in second place, Jason Forbes. I guess he doesn't want to hang out. All right, in first place, Matt Monarch. Okay, I guess they both laughed. They didn't want to hang out anymore. Men's Raw Masters 2. This would be the 50 years old and up, 83 kg class. First place, James Titty. And then we have our men's bra masters 4. That means he is over 70 years old and still lifting heavy weights. There's one thing I really thought about the top two. All right, next we're gonna do men's raw open, starting with the 93 kg class. In first place, Carson Scranton. In the men's raw open 105 kg class, in second place, we have Zachariah Charneski. And in first place, Justin Corley. All right, in the men's raw open 120 kg class, in first place, Joseph Valente.
That's my wife.
All right, men's raw sub junior. These are lifters who are under 18 years old. 83 kg class, first place, Tate Van Essen. It's important to get the portfolios. All right, men's raw sub junior 105 kg, Justin Corley. All right, we have our, we have one more, sorry. Men's raw junior bench only, 120 kg, first place, Cale Powers. All right, and then we have our best lifter awards. So this is our top male and female open class lifters based on IPF GL points, which is a big math calculation that kind of equalizes body weight across all the different classes. And so we will start with our women, and they will get one of the official Powerlifting America medals. And they will also get a gift certificate to Strength Shop, which I will email them tomorrow. So, our best lifter, she's been our best lifter, I think, in every competition she's competed in, Christine Cranford. Great job, Christine. I think you should lift more slippers next time. All right, our best lifter for the open men's class, Justin Corley. All right, great job, everyone. I want to thank you all again for coming out for this, the lifters, the coaches, the spectators. I appreciate all of you. I think our next meet is May 2nd, so we got a little bit before that one's going to happen. I hope to see you all again, though, so thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. So bad. I hit my shin in the same spot 3 times. Yeah.
This is gonna be pretty.
No, like I've got a golf ball built into my kneecap.
No, what?
We should go see.
Lost that day. Last one. So I did. Guilty on both accounts. Yeah, mine are semi-dirty. Yeah, especially right at the forehead. Somehow, something I did get. Okay, but did you did you have to send your I did that thing. Right. Literally, I finally got a human. I'm not saying that yet. But all of a sudden,
Thank you. That's what I was wondering. But it went pretty well. I was like, she had just a couple of tricks here and there.
right.
Thank you. Yeah.
The second I put that button,
Real, right?
yeah. So you were, and then that was never there before. All right. So I was just wondering if somebody's trying to get good.
Right under my knee. What a freaking ball.
So I folded that table. I don't know who